conference on the future of toiletries and cosmetic sustainability in Nigeria.
It was an evening of frank talk among these men and women under the umbrella of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, as they looked deeply into how the business environment has treated them. The conference, titled Unlocking the Portraits of Success, Toiletries and Cosmetics Sustainability in Nigeria, was an avenue created for them not only to win but also to learn new technological ways of breaking even in the manufacturing business. One issue which featured prominently is that of the African Continental Free Trade Area, ACFTA.
The key thing we talked about today is about AFCTA. So when the program starts, are we going to be able to compete? So we want a situation where regulation, government policies will be very much will be very much okay to help us compete favorably with our counterparts all over the world, so that when we make our products here in Nigeria, we can easily move it out to the world.
Francis Onatogu is a senior special assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari on public sector matters and the secretary of the National Action Committee on the African Continental Free Trade Area, ACFTA. He assured men that trade will commence soon in the area.
On the rules of origin, the rules have been agreed on 88% of products. Now, the Council of Ministers have also given authorization for trading to start based on what has been agreed on the rules of origin. So the documentation related to what has been agreed is being finalized, and once they are finalized, and I'm confident they will be finalized this year, trade will start.
Okafor is happy with the value addition that Nigerian-made products are assuming globally. He is optimistic that in the next 10 years and with the right environment, the industry will contribute greatly to the gross domestic product of Nigeria.
When it comes to that niche, we're gradually covering that space. Those of us who enjoy indirect exports, when we get the feedback from these products that have gone all over the world, you find out that it is the same thing. It's giving out the same results, and so that is where we want to see our products. That's where we want to see the industry, at in the next, say, 5-10 years. We're competing favorably, and when the products get to the final consumer, we'll be able to say yes, we have conveniently transferred quality. We have conveniently transferred value.
The African Continental Free Trade Area is aimed at creating a single continent-wide market for goods and services, business and investment to reshape the African economies. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
We move on to Benue State, where the Northeast senatorial candidate of the All Progressive Congress, as well as the House of Representative candidate of the same area, which is known as Sankira, Honorable Prince Solomon Wambo, jointly called on the state government to review the ban on Okada, as according to them, it has brought an untold hardship on the people. The two National Assembly hopefuls made the call at a reception in honor of Honorable Solomon Wambo, who donated a 300 kVA transformer to Une community in Katsina, Ala local government of Benue State. Our correspondent Francis Ter's report is presented from our studios.
The decision to ban Okada and Dog-Nyash cars, which was taken on the 29th of December 2021 by the Benue State Security Council, was for Katsina, Ala and Ukom local government areas, where the issues of kidnapping, armed robbery, as well as other criminal activities were on the rise. The ban was later reviewed on the 4th of March 2020 to cover the Logu local government area after the assassination of one Dr. Tekura Suswam by unknown gunmen, who were believed to have used Dog-Nyash cars in carrying out their evil act. It has now been over a year since the last review of the ban took place, and nothing seems to be in sight as regards the issue in the 3 local governments that makes up Sankira. The former House of Representative member and now senatorial candidate of the All Progressive Congress (APC), Undende, said that the hardship it has brought on the people is unimaginable.
I am highly elated because what they have done is based on verifiable things that we have done for them. Like you can see, that transformer is one of the things that I did for this community. I came here once for a burial, and the head of the family told me they've been in darkness for 1 year, 6 months. They told me that they have sent the investment to government to complain so that they could come and put the transformer, but the government didn't respond. So out of the little that God has blessed me with, I was able to buy a transformer 300 kV.
He said that the economy of Sankira largely depends on the Okadas, as people use it to go to farms, while others use it as business to take care of their families. He added that the decision was not supposed to be a permanent one, but an interim measure just for the government to find a lasting solution to the rising insecurities in the areas. On his part, Honorable Prince Solomon Wambo said that even after the insecurity still persists in the area, which according to him means that the Okada and Doknyash cars were not the reason for the rising insecurities. He further called on government to review the decision as it is having a great effect on the immediate communities and its people.
There are policies in Sankara here. We fight them. Look at the ban on motorcycle has been there for over 1 year. Our people depend on motorcycle largely. The economy, the motorcycle run the economy of this place. Some people get it to go to farm, some do it to get contribution, some repay it, some do this thing. For 1 year, you have not even started to repay, to review the measure. It's an interim measure which is supposed to have been reviewed long time.
Straight to Adamawa State, where the federal government has threatened to revoke the contract for the rehabilitation of Yola-Mubi Road if the contractor AG Vision fails to return to the site within 1 week, the report.
Handling down the threat, the secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, said it was sad to see that there has not been much progress on the job.
The importance of this for the movement of even the produce of NNPC to the northern part of Adamawa all the way to Bono, because we have a major depot here in Yola, and we need to get this road quickly done. So I'm giving you the assurance that we are taking special interest to ensure that this road is done. And that's why I'm urging the contractor. They have promised that they are going to put 2 guns at the immediately after the Sunday festivities. One starting from Song area, going back to Yola, and the other one starting from where? From Kala all the way to Benue. So we believe that we will see action. But when I return in the next 1 week or 2, you will all be here. We will follow the road again in the same manner we did today, so that we put all the necessary pressure. It is not only for government. You, as members of the 4th Realm, have a responsibility to ensure accountability. Not only accountability, but when the project is on, it must be completed for the good of the people.
Speaking in the same vein, the Minister of Transportation, who oversees the Ministry of Works, Moazu Sambo Aji, accused the contractor of exhibiting incompetence.
What is normal is that the contractor usually the government that should be owing the contractor. Why is it that in this case that he has our money and he has not done the work for us? This is the meaning of this, what these statistics are showing us. So we cannot talk about state funding. If he had worked for billions and has not been paid, then you will say there is a problem of funding. But here, we have money with him. He has not delivered as much as we have given him.
However, the site engineer, Francis Musa, argued that work stopped due to the Salah break.
By next week, getting the result from Salah will now introduce 2 teams. One will be working from Yola and one will be working from Kalakot. And we are putting hope and we are assuring you that something else will come out.
Musa assured the federal government that the project will be completed as long as funds come in. When completed, the Yola-Mubi road would serve as a viable link route.
As part of efforts to reduce high rate of maternal infant mortality and child morbidity, the Kaduna State Government, in collaboration with the Center for Integrated Health Programs and Groups Antenatal Care Project, has trained over 1,428 health workers in the 23 local government areas across the facility in the state. The aim of the program is to bring pregnant women together to take care of themselves in groups rather than individuals.
Over the years, the maternal and infant mortality and lack of access to primary health care has become one of the major challenges in the country. This has led to several deaths of pregnant women without good knowledge of antenatal care services that must be addressed urgently to reduce maternal death in the 21st century. Speaking at the presentation of Fact Sheet in Kaduna, the State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Amina Mohammed Baloni, said over 309,751 pregnant women were enrolled in the GANC intervention in 23,220 cohorts.
Nature is important for us to pick out who is potentially going to have a problem, whether the child or the mother, and follow them and track them to make sure that they have safe delivery. So it's not the pregnancy, it's taking the pregnancy to a safe delivery.
The technical director of the Center for Integrated Health Program, Dr. Francis Ogirima, said they have supported the state government, scaled up other health facilities to reduce high rates of maternal mortality. Other speakers say the model has been impactful.
Is to add a new arsenal into the ammunition to fight maternal mortality in Nigeria. We know that every year Nigeria loses 40,000 to 50,000 women, due to childbirth. So this is an initiative that has been approved by and recommended by WHO for improving maternal and child health outcomes. So we implemented this. It brings women of the same gestational age together to exchange ideas and improve their own care.
Already been scaled up, from the health facilities where it was originally implemented to other facilities. It's going to be scaled up to all the primary health care facilities in the state and even to the secondary health care facilities, so that every pregnant woman in the state will actually undergo the group antenatal care program.
The Director, Family and Community Health Care Primary Board, says the program has provided a modern way for women to access health care.
We have been supported in Kaduna State to have up to 485 facilities to be conducting the group ANC sessions, and we have trained over 1,400 healthcare personnel.
It is hoped that the program will improve maternal and child health to ensure no woman dies at childbirth in the state.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer-herder clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. Kò sí fọkànbalẹ̀ kankan fẹ́ anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land.
Ibarakwa land comprises of Igangan, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the Karas in the whole Ibarakwa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora here now, there is no Kara again.
If you had burnt all the Karas in the whole of Ibarakwa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarakwa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the middle belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Beningwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Beningwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Beningwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers, and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Binigwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Arena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Folware. What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force. You know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools, and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity, and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. You know, there are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that, Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
In the real estate industry, design and techniques are the defining factors and foundation of achieving the best construct. Whether in the real estate, oil and gas, or any kind of engineering, many industries utilize 3D modeling for a range of products. Now, using 3D designs enables customers and clients to have a full idea and concept of the proposed 3D structure from start to finish. This is extremely useful for envisioning the final product during pitches or to other stakeholders. On the show today, we will be focusing on the real estate sector with specific emphasis on 3D modeling. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. 3D modeling is a science and art of creating real-life impression in presentation of development proposal. It is a way of mimicking the interpretation of brain-eye combination of human beings. It can be done as physical paper model or as a computer model. Joining us on the show today is Benedict Ebe, architect, 3D interior designer, and he's with Benue Works Nigeria Limited. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight on Plus TV Africa.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you, Justin.
All right, let's talk about this 3D modeling design. A whole lot has been said, but to break it down to people watching, what is it really about?
Okay, what we take to site and when we start construction is 2D, what we have on paper. But 3D really exposes you to some things look great in our minds. Colors, patterns, and then we end up constructing them in real life. And you find out, not so great, actually. And then what 3D models do for us is, we can change the colors, re-render, you can change the colors, the patterns, whatever you want to do. You can see it in 3D models before you take it to real life. So it's less expensive. You don't have to, the opportunity costs, all those costs, you avoid all of them, so you don't have to break things, and you do it on the system before you even go any further. So that's what it has done. It's very futuristic, and it's very helpful, trust me.
You talked about futuristic, meaning that is it like a novel idea, as it has been practiced for quite a while now?
Oh, funny enough, it has been around for a while. It has been around for a while, but in Nigeria, we've slowly been adopting it. Actually, I know back in architecture school, it's been there. 3D modeling has been there in architecture school, but it wasn't something that was thought in depth. It wasn't taught rather in depth in architecture school. You find out there was so much focus on 2D modelings and sketches because it takes us a little back. But when you check the competition out there, you find out that 3D models have been around since early 2000s. It has been there. That's what they even take it to the next level abroad, where it's not just about visuals now. You can check building credibility. You can calculate the lumens of light that a smart building is supposed to use, so you don't waste so much energy. You can test it on models. You can test light. You can test its ventilation system. Sometimes we just guess, this place should use 1.5 horsepower AC, should use 2 horsepower, 1 horsepower. But we can test that with 3D models over there. The power you're consuming, so many other things. They do the position of the building. You can use relative to sunlight. Okay, this particular area, using Google Map, you can check, okay, this is the amount of sunlight hitting a particular building at a particular point in time, how much heat the building is generating, and then you can know how much power, how much air conditioning, how much light, stack effects, a couple of things that you can calculate with 3D modeling. That's what has been happening out there. But we're currently adopting now the visual parts of it, and I know we're growing towards that level. And I know in the near future, we'll definitely get to that level.
All right. It has a whole lot of potentials, and it looks very, very wonderful.
Yeah.
But in terms of cost, let's talk about cost-benefit analysis right now.
Yeah.
In terms of costing, is it something that is readily available, something that's readily affordable for, architects who might just be starting up?
Okay, it is readily available for architects who... These days, there's quality. There's a 3D model, and then there's something we call rendering. Rendering is where we take, you model something, you model a space. I could model this space like this studio where we're in now. We could change a couple of things in the model. But rendering now makes it realistic. So it goes from that cartoon-looking thing, and then you start to edit the materials. Okay, how do walls react? You check this is cement. It doesn't reflect. You take away the reflectivity. You put the grooves in wood. All of these things. So that is when it gets to rendering. That is where it gets heavy, where you need a system that can handle it at the point in time. So for a country like us, I feel 3D modeling is something, during the model stages, you use it to gather funding. You can use it to gather funding, grow. As an architect practicing in the industry, you use it to gather funding, but like my father used to say, a workman cannot be better than his tools. Yeah. So as you gather funding, you invest in your business, and then you can get some of those systems that improve your rendering subsequently as it goes, because those are the parts that need something expensive. And then people render, you can render 720p picture quality, 1080p, 3K, 4K, all the way to 8K. So it depends on the kind of render engine or computer systems that you have. But you can make money at every level. You don't have to get to the point where you're rendering 4K. It's a ladder. You can render at 720p for some projects. It will come off good. You can use it, a couple of bungalows, a couple of some interior spaces, like a bedroom. Somebody's asking for a living room, a kitchen. You can do that. But you want to do a whole project, a full project. You want to do like a mall or something. You want to do like a commercial space. Then you know that you have to have grown and earn money from doing a living room, doing this, gather money, and then you get the render engine that can do those kind of commercial projects that you're probably hunting for.
Okay, let's talk about the industry really, because a lot of times people believe that architecture, as it is some brain tasking, brainstorming kind of field of study, from the university and all of that, because before now we were told that you have to be very patient, you have to be very artistic to be an architect. I haven't spent 6 years. But then again, how do you see the industry in Nigeria in terms of, how things are done internationally? Are we really doing things the right way?
Okay, we are doing things the right way. Actually, architecture, I won't lie, is very tasking. And I'm not saying this because I'm an architect. And it takes a lot of patience. I remember in my third year, when I was doing my IT, I was going to stop architecture for one reason.
You're going to stop?
Yes, I was going to stop for one reason. I was doing my IT, I was going to stop for one reason.
Oh, wow.
It's a very weird reason. Okay, I was working in an office, and that office, they were vetting ShopRite designs. Those times they were designed in South Africa, but when it comes into a new country, it has to be acclimatized. The design has to be acclimatized into the rules. To suit the rules that guide our building sector here in Nigeria. So I had a senior architect. His name is Wally at the time. He was working there at the firm, and he was responsible for designing the car park. When people just come and then you see a car park, you're like,
I think that you need to even design.
You have to design a car park, because if you're looking at, this particular building is going to have like 1,000 people going in and out at a particular point in time, you now think to yourself, okay, it should have how many people can be in a car? Maybe 4 or 5 people in a car, meaning 1,000 divided by 5. It means you should have a car park that can take 200 cars. You understand? Yes.
Oh, wow.
So when you have to manipulate that space to suit 200 cars. If not, you would not get approval, or something close to 200 cars. You understand? So there's your turning radius. People don't, there's a lot of calculations. There's a turning radius. You know that, you must have a 9 to 10 meter space for a sedan.
Okay, now you're speaking a whole lot of technical things.
It's like that. So what made me to, I found out that he had this designated space that he had to do so amount of parking, and he was working on that for about 2 months. He'll do the parking, the turning radius, then he'll they'll submit it and say, no, you know what, he didn't meet the requirements. Some of the things are wrong. You have to provide for people who can't walk and all of that. You have to create a different kind of car park.
PWDs.
You know, all of those things. And I now thought to myself, I'll wake up, get to work 8 or 9 o'clock, and I'm working on a car park from then till 5 p.m. every day for 2 months. Some people can run mad. You need a kind of mental psyche, you know, to be able to. Monotony can kill you in architecture. Some projects, they can give you a project and say, you know what, that project, you can be working on the same project for 6 months. All you know is you wake up in the morning, you're going to the office to do this particular thing. You are seeing the same thing for 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So if you don't have the patience, if you don't have the mental psyche to say, okay, this is what I want to do, all you do is sleep, eat, you wake up, you're thinking about your design, you can get very out of touch. So I thought to myself, well, is this what I want to do? Car park for 2 months, you know? So I was thinking, I was very discouraged, but you know, I can be stubborn too. And just say, you know what, I'm doing this and I'm here.
All right.
So that's it. So the question
is,
yes.
How are we doing in Nigeria vis-a-vis in comparison to global standards?
I think we have been doing really nicely. I don't know, for some reason, a lot of architects, the names are skipping my head right now. I can name a lot of architectural firms that have been doing really good. Even in the international, they are getting awards in the international world, in West Africa, in Africa, and even abroad generally. You know, we've been doing well. I feel like we've gone past. We had a phase of not being appreciated. You know, everybody just feels, oh, I want a 2-bedroom. We can get Babahu to just cut here. What is there?
That's the thing.
You know,
the average Nigerians, does the average Nigerian patronize an architect to draw designs for their structures here?
Yeah. Yes. Now
have we gotten to that level?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. When like the island, you know, that's why a lot of people are having that urban shift to the island and parts of the mainland. You know, Ikeja, Magodo, Bagada, a lot of those places, they are really moving into the appreciation of architects. People don't know that, it's one thing to just cut spaces. It's another thing to know that, your bedrooms should face the east where the sun rises, because when the sun rises, heat is supposed to enter your bedroom to drive you away from bed, while your living room should be cool because it is facing towards the west.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
That's new to me.
Yeah, so during sunset, it has rotated towards the west, and your living room is getting hot, but your bedroom is cooling.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So there are a lot of things that come into architecture. It is not just cutting out spaces. You understand? There are a lot of, so people are starting to realize that. And then the increase in value of land. People now know that I can't just call somebody to cut spaces. When you get to Ikoyi and see that some places are 600,000 per square meter, you can't go and throw a lobby of 5 or 6 meters in a lobby. You realize that, you have done a 30 square meter lobby at 600,000 per square meter.
Yeah.
How much have you used in the lobby? So that has really pushed people to start to appreciate architects and what we're doing with the space, what we're doing. They need someone who understands space programming, then interior design, anthropometrics, the human form in relation to his environment, you know, some of these things. That has really pushed it. So architecture is really improving in Nigeria. It is.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid. In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
What more do you really think the government can do in terms of maybe creating a level playing ground, or in terms of all that is needed to make the industry move forward? What more can be done?
Can be done by the government. Okay, there was something I raised, which is the reason why the course has become so bastardized is because it takes a lot to become an architect in Nigeria. People don't know, but it takes longer than being a medical doctor. Or it does take. It's 4 years BSc, 2 years compulsory masters, and then you serve.
Isn't that a good thing? You come out from school, you already have a master's degree.
But you're not exactly earning.
Okay,
in the
true.
society where we're in, do you you have children? Do you visualize them not earning after 4 years of school?
Not at all.
You understand? So in the field of architecture, you're not really regarded as anything if you don't have your masters. They can. You might even be paid like an IT student.
Is it even possible to be an architect without having a master's degree?
Yes, to an extent. Yeah, okay. That's where I'm coming to, because what is being practiced in America and Canada is, when I finish in 400 level, I'm an architect to a particular kind of level, in the sense that you have approval and accreditation to. I can design a bungalow. I can design maybe a 1 or 2 story building. You understand? Something that falls into a category of maybe a project shouldn't be more than $1 million or let's just say you can't handle more than a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. I'm an architect to that level. But that means I can't compete for projects that are up to $2 million, because people who now have an MSc are those who are qualified. Mm-hmm. You understand? The governing body would not allow me, who has a BSc, to fight for those projects. And those projects that are $200,000, $500,000, people in MSc level cannot fight for those projects. So everybody can make money at different levels. And then you, that you're a big firm, you've been practicing for like 10, 20 years, you can fight for the governmental projects worth going into billions. But what is happening here is you find the people with the big firms still struggling for the bungalows and the 1-bedrooms and all that with the people who are down here. So these people have no chance. They now all have to have a paradigm shift into the big firms. You understand? That's the frustration that is going on. So they should find a way to sectionalize this thing the way they've done it abroad. Of course, I can even at 300 level or at 400 level, I can handle a project all the way. Yes, there'll be some supervision and all that, but I can't handle a project. You understand? So they should give them a chance to earn money and not be subjected to, if I want to gather experience at a firm, I should. But if I want to practice, I can practice to a level. Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, for startups now, because on this show we're trying to give advice, a useful insight for people who may want to get into particular industries now. Yeah. I've done with my architectural studies in school, and I'm thinking I want to be on my own, I don't want to start with maybe one of the big names. I just want to see what I can do in my own little sphere. What advice would you really give to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur in architecture with all of the technologies, the 3D designs and the modeling and the rendering you're talking about? What should he be looking at?
Okay, where 3D design has also given an opportunity for employment was where I did my IT initially. I realized that we could be done with a design, but the company we were contracting 3Ds to were not even an architectural firm. Yeah, they were just graphic designers.
Oh, wow.
3D graphics and all that, and they were eating a lot of money. That was what was happening. So I would really implore that you improve on your 3D design, improve on it. You can work in those firms to gather experience because sometimes your designs cannot be better than what you've seen. You know, there are hardly any new ideas. Even what we call new ideas are modified old ideas. Mm-hmm. So if there are no old ideas to modify, you understand? So I'd advise, take 1 year, 2 years, work with these firms, go look around, see a couple of places. You know, it will really enforce what you're doing. Then always check what is going on in the outside world so you don't become a local champion. Then when you improve on your 3D modeling, also don't expect that they'll start to pay you the big bucks all of a sudden. Put your works out there, get to work for people, get referrals. If you keep doing more work than you are paid for, at some point you start getting paid more than the work that you're doing.
Okay, but on the general terms,
yes,
a profession, a career in architecture, is it rewarding? Is it worth the while financially?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is if you are patient. You have to be patient, especially. It's not just knowing, I'm a professional, this is what entails professionally. You should, as an architect, you should be adaptable and you should know where you are at. This is Nigeria. Okay. Come on. You're not some other place and all that. We're still growing in our respect for professionals, and it doesn't just deal with architects, lawyers, you see, engineers, and so many. As a lawyer, is it every person you meet as you do an agreement for that would pay you 5 or 10%? You know, they negotiate a lot of these things. So, and if you're going to be staunch and not say you're not open-minded to all of these things. So, at a point, that would happen. You have to grow, you have to pay your dues, but you know what? Always have a plan. This is where I want to be in 2 to 3 years and work towards the plan.
All right.
Yeah.
Right, thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing this useful insight and all of the thought on architecture, 3D modeling, rendering, and all of that on the show. Do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's wonderful being here.
All right. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We've been speaking with Benedict Ebe, architect and 3D interior designer. He is with Benue Works Nigeria Limited. Now, as we round off, the essence of collaboration and knowledge sharing to educate and empower Africans on trends and possibilities of the future of work and businesses has been brought to the fore. That this was the focus at the inauguration of the Knowledge Digest Africa Conference aimed at building the continent's largest one-stop digital knowledge bank. Take a look.
Digest Africa, Africa's one-stop digital knowledge banking platform.
It has often been said that most businesses die not necessarily from lack of funds, but as a result of dearth of fresh ideas, new technologies, and facts to ensure productivity. It is against this backdrop that this digital knowledge bank has been put together. In her keynote address, Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, Folashade Adefisayo, emphasizes the place of collaboration. The founder of the Digest, Samson Olatunde, who speaks about his passion for the past 15 years, says the country must leverage emerging digital technology to produce employees of labor for the 21st century.
Look at the synergy that you can get from you using online platforms. How many people can you teach in a class? 30, 40, 50. How many people can you teach online? Millions. So I think that because there's a masterclass component of it, and there's also the fact that there's a market component of it. How many people enter a bookshop to buy a book? But how many people go online to buy a book. So I think it's a great initiative, and I hope many people will tap into it.
We believe that many people are struggling with the implementation because they probably expect knowledge from a developed country. And then many things are structured in a developed country, unlike our country that is developing and other African countries. So we felt, why can't we look for business leaders, executive career professionals who have been there for over a decade, right? They've gone through a lot in their country, in the industry, so they'll be able to share experiences and help many people connect more to navigate in terms of maybe they want to start their business, they want to sustain their business, they want to scale up their business, or most importantly, they want to build a system around their business, which is saving them stress, time, energy, and money. System saves you stress, time, energy, and money. And the whole idea of Knowledge Digest Africa is going to be a collaboration with other young tech guys, people in different industry from educational sector.
You want to be the consultant, so yes, how do you think everybody will consult for?
Other speakers share their thoughts on the need for a digital bank, including the immediate past president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, who gives useful insight on the need to create transgenerational wealth.
Most businesses that would die within the first 2, 3, 4 years. And if you are able to sustain a business beyond 10 years, then it makes sense that you try as much as possible that business outlives you.
Ecosystem thinking means I'm not the sole provider of a solution, okay? I get in touch with people who are of like minds, people who can actually augment whatever product that I'm developing such that it moves from being a product into a solution. That way, first you can reduce your cost of delivery because other people are imputing to the cost of delivery. 2, you can have a faster route to market that way because a lot of people are bringing in expertise that you don't have on your own alone.
The information on the platform shows commitment towards providing digital learning in line with the digital policy of the federal government. And that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Ninja Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, you know, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, you know, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Ninja Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? You know, when I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Ninja Kids game instead? So for him, that's, you know, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. You know, and then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, you know, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent. And that's really what brought about Ninja Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, you know, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, you know, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, you know, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did for fun. You know, I tell people that, you know, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, you know. This is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, you know, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa. Oh, now, Niger, Senegal. You know, so those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing it against, you know, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, you know, Ninja Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. You know, so that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, you know, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Nigeria Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Nigeria Kids. I say, yes, I'm Nigeria, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we are sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things online. So we now have to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. there's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money? What are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, "You are so organized." I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move, to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. But I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in the sense that the next products we do, I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate, let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think It's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house, don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that in terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating what are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to shed some of the excessive graphics that I put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and orchard is there, you most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote. That's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Niger elements to the Niger kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skin. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote, but we have other people that started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rent. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just started to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting now. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of guns.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority will be quite happy.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science.
Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory?
The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a
Good morning, I am Adedolapo Ajayi. This is the news update. The move by the People's Democratic Party's senators to impeach President Muhammadu Buhari is currently gaining more backing from concerned Nigerians. Recall that the PDP senators caucus staged the walkout from the upper chamber in protest of the heightening insecurity in the country. The minority leader, Senator Philip Aduda, said that the PDP senators issued President Muhammadu Buhari 6 weeks to resolve terrorist attacks in the country or risk impeachment. Renowned Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmadu Gumi has condemned the position of the federal government regarding media reporting and coverage of the lingering insecurity in the country. He specifically faulted the government's plan to sanction the BBC Africa Eye and Daily Trust for their recent reports, which is said exposed the politics of insecurity, the genesis of the crisis, and how bandits and terrorists virtually took control of several communities in the Northwest. In a statement on Friday, the cleric commended local and international media organizations for coming out boldly to report about the magnitude of the insecurity, the government's wrong approach to tackling the crisis, and how it has become a lucrative business for the criminals and a few in the position of power and authority. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, has congratulated the General Superintendent of Christ Holy Church, Archbishop Daniel Oko, on his election as the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN. Tinubu's congratulatory message was contained in a statement by his media office and signed by Tunde Rahman. Tinubu noted that Okoye is a worthy successor to Ayokunle, also lamented the current security situation in the country, saying that Nigeria is in a critical moment where misguided and terrible actors attempt to destroy social harmony and rain violence against everyone. A former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, has said that the Christian Association of Nigeria's position to all progressives Muslim presidential tickets was godly. Dogara, a chieftain of the APC, added that Khan's position on the matter was the position of all those who love justice. The former speaker spoke during a symposium on the leadership crisis in Nigeria as part of activities marking the 12th General Assembly of Khan.
The inability by the APC to distinguish the Nigeria of 1993 from Nigeria of 2022 gave me cause to worry even the more. An indispensable attribute of a leader in crisis is to be able to recognize a departure of events from routine to novel. The inability to spot an inflection point in moments of gripping visual fear across the nation represents an irredeemable, fatal error of judgment on the part of the presidential candidate. There has never been a time in our history that we are as divided. We are battling terrorism, banditry, kidnappings, ransom, secessionists, all manner of challenges. Consequently, anyone who thinks that events in Nigeria in 2022 are not novel but routine as they were in 1993 is totally incapable of finding solutions to challenges currently ravaging our dear nation. Govern a country with our kind of diversity, we choose this path to power. This is very divisive and must be rejected by all patriotic Nigerians. Also implied in this ticket is the insinuation that northern Muslims are not willing to vote for a ticket that has a Christian on it and on which they are not represented. It is our belief that northern Muslims would have seen the justice in a Muslim Christian ticket and would have given it their overwhelming support had the party been inclined to do so. Sadly, the party chose to go the divisive line. A corollary to this mindset is that Christians should also not vote for a ticket in which there are no Christians.
And as the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries, and that's on Street Views.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we're passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this. But it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country, and it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up will be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that in Nigeria be one again. The sentiment is too much. Tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured, things are not moving fine, maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there is solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. He leaves the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerned issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
And now to other parts of Africa, Al-Shabaab terrorists have launched a fresh attack on Somali town located near the border with Ethiopia. The attacks took place in the town of Auto in Bokol region near Ethiopia's Somalia region. Al-Shabaab terrorists later claimed responsibility for the attack, saying they targeted a security camp in the town, killing Ethiopian Liu police officers. The attack comes a week after the group crossed Somali border with Ethiopia, sparking heavy gun battles. And outside Africa, China has accused the United States of double standards at the United Nations Security Council. It said that the U.S. was challenging Beijing's sovereignty over Taiwan, despite repeatedly defending Ukraine against Russia's invasion.
Some country has repeatedly emphasized the principle of sovereignty over the issue of Ukraine. It has incessantly challenged the sovereignty of China over Taiwan and even deliberately created tension in the Taiwan Strait. This is a disregard and infringement of the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. China has always respected the sovereignty of other countries and certainly hopes that its own sovereignty be respected by other countries. China is resolute and firm as rock in its will to safeguard national sovereignty. No one should underestimate the determination and ability of more than 1.4 billion Chinese people to defend its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. I hope the country concerned will see this clearly and not play with fire.
Sport news, former Manchester United boss Alex Ferguson has been handed a new role at the club. The Scot retired as the club's boss in 2013 and has wielded much influence since then. The Red Devils chief executive Richard Arnold has put together a think tank of significant Manchester United figures and has brought Ferguson into the fold. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV app anywhere in the world. I am Adidolapo Ajayi. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land promises she holds for us, and someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west, somebody say, if you believe, join us, say, we're defeated alone with all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are, yeah. We're defeated alone. I believe, and I know you do too. Yeah, 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 yeah. But Nigeria stand up, Nigeria stand up. Join me, say, yeah. What a great nation. Oh, 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 yeah.
Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind and set your soul free. Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind and set your soul free. Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind and set your soul free. Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind and set your soul free. Free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind, free your mind and set your soul free. Free your mind.
Joining us, Mr. Amida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3-4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now, because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for, now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise?
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really, really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis. And it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It would be difficult. Okay.
Well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies will do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from
an impactful conversation on your family-focused program?
Indeed,
today
John.
with John and Helen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, John. And we have intentionally decided this week to speak on a very important topic, one which every Nigerian is concerned about. Simply put, how are you navigating the Nigerian economy? 2022 has been difficult. So we bring you some very useful information and ideas on how you can win the battle against lack and, if you like, poverty. This is Today with John and Helen, and I'm Helen Ongma Odeleye. The show is live on Plus TV Africa. You're welcome.
Could you say your name again?
Helen Ongma Odeleye.
All right. And as you may already know, Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth. And it's home to the second largest film industry on the globe, whilst also being the fashion and technological creative hub in Africa.
Yes, it is. Nigeria also has an abundance of resources, including oil and gas. Now, the country holds the largest natural gas reserve on the continent, and she is Africa's largest oil and gas producer,
well,
in case you didn't know.
With all these advantages, we are told, sadly, that Nigeria leads the pack as the country with the highest people living below the poverty line. Over 70 million Nigerians live in extreme poverty, representing 33% of the population. So how did we get there? Is there any hope, really, of this narrative changing for the better soon? Helen, what do you think?
That's a question, and that's our hope. That's very soon Nigeria will rise again. Now, so to help us answer this question and a lot more, we have on the show this morning Mr. Oluyomi Faneye, who is a guru in the financial sector. And don't forget, later on the show, Farah also will join us looking at your lifestyle and wellness, and her guest is Enahoro Okai, who is CEO Post Factory.
Yes, and of course, time spent with us today will be spiced up with our other regulars. So for now, let's dash off for our first break. And by the way, I'm John Senaya, and it's great to be here again this week.
Did you forget?
I almost did. This is Today with John and Helen. We'll be back in a minute.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back. On the front burner today is navigating the Nigerian economy, but first let's breathe, John. It's been like, when we left the studio here last week, I went out, I tried to get gas, and something happened. And I heard it happened since Thursday.
Yeah,
but I didn't know about it.
We are not at the same level. Usually, you just get
because normally
you get somebody to fill your
normally
tank.
Before these things happen, we hear about them and we resist a little bit, but this one just
it happened even before last week. It went up to 170. Yeah, I got it at 170. Wow. That was before we came in last week.
And there hasn't been salary increase.
No. Salary. Are you joking? So
and the minimum wage is still an issue.
Who's going to increase your salary? The only things that are increasing now are rates and whatever. You can imagine airfares. Airfares have gone through the roof.
Yeah.
I hear that going to Abuja now will cost you about 150K.
To return more.
Yeah. And I was planning to go to Abuja, at least go visit my daughter.
No, you can still go now, John.
I'll probably do a Zoom.
You can still go.
I'll do a Zoom meeting with her.
No, there's no killing the beetle.
It's all down to the free fall of the naira against the dollar and the scarcity of the Jet A1, that's the aviation fuel. Okay. So what can you really blame the airlines for increasing their fares? I mean, they can't be strangled to death. But it's impacting our lives.
From bottom.
Yeah, it's impacting
from top
our
to
lives.
bottom. Yeah.
So, but let's even brighten the day up a bit. A few days ago, we had a golden girl, Toby Amushon,
and
who
once again
smashed not only the African record, but she set a new world record in 100 meters hurdles. Yeah. Sweet girl.
And Nigerians forgot all our issues.
I have watched
and
that.
Celebrated
I've watched
her victory.
that video almost
over and over and over. But there are a lot of stories behind it that we will not go into now. The fact that it was probably single-handed efforts. She wasn't helped or encouraged.
Well, how many of us are helped and encouraged?
By the body that was supposed to prepare her and get her really ready to achieve that feat.
The body, whatever body, will claim the glory.
I'm looking forward to when she returns to Nigeria.
Yes, so congratulations to Toby. And don't let's forget Brume as well. Brume is the other girl who I think was a long jump, and she got a silver medal in that. So congratulations to our girls. And well, all you will get from us for now is,
more grace to your elbow.
Moral encouragement.
And then maybe finally for this segment is the fact that a lot of the state governments are realizing the importance of having more Nigerians register and get their PVCs. Lagos State declared 3-4 days work-free. Kaduna State did, Ondo State did, and I hear there's a lot of rush, and the numbers have really gone up. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing, and we're hoping that the deadline will be further extended,
again,
just a little bit to get more people in.
I have mine.
Okay. Anyway,
don't
let's go there.
Okay.
Yeah. So yes, of course, Nigerians are known to be intelligent and hardworking people with the can-do and never say never attitude. So it makes no sense that a people so endowed are so deprived of the good things of life. To help us understand all of this is Mr. Oluyomi Faneye. He's a team lead of the wealth creation unit. I hope I got that right. Kedari Capital Limited. Our guest also is the founder, Next Prodigy Ventures, and he's a trainer, a speaker, and an author of the book Stop Losing Money in the Stock Market. Direct. Yeah. So Mr. Oluyomi Faneye is committed to a lifetime of learning and doing. A pleasure to have you on the show, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for agreeing to come share your wealth of experience with us. I'm curious. You're committed to a life of
learning
and doing. What's that about?
From childhood, we encourage kids to go to school and to learn. And the reason why they learn is to be able to apply their knowledge. So that shouldn't stop with just basic schooling. You know, while we're going through life, we have different experiences, and experiences should affect the things we do as well. So,
wow, that's the doing part of it.
Yes, that's quite motivational. But yes, it is. You're not a motivational speaker.
No, I don't want
because
to.
Your CV says
financial, money speaker, wealth creation speaker.
So, Mr. Faneye, yesterday morning, or was it about 2 days ago, we woke up to the news that the Naira has hit a record 710 to the dollar. Yes, the crash has been phenomenal, especially in the last few months, and this is really scary. Could you just tell us, to open this talk, this conversation, what is happening?
Well, to keep it simple, it's just the laws of demand and supply at play. You know, there are a lot of things happening, a lot of events that are tied to this, economic events around the world, international, local, but basically when a commodity is in high demand and the supply is low, the price would go up. So that's what we're experiencing with the dollar. There's a very high demand for the dollar and the supply is low, so the price keeps going up.
Wow.
Okay, we realize that this is somehow a very technical subject, but we will tone it down as much as possible because our objective is to help Nigerians, especially the family, who is grappling with a lot of difficulties now, understand how they can be helped, to get back on their feet. So let's put the figures aside. Now, the effect translated in domestic terms matters more to us at this point in time. So what are we likely to be facing every day, apart from what we have experienced so far?
I don't like to be a bearer of bad news, but I'm going to keep it real. We are a nation that is largely dependent on imports. Most of our consumption, we import most of our consumption. And there is the tendency for when the price of the dollar, when it goes up, it means the prices of our imports will go up. It means the prices of goods on the streets will go up. It will also affect the prices of local products. Because even the local farmer is consuming goods that are being imported, and when the prices go up, he has to, increase his own prices as well. So it's what it's going to translate into is higher prices, basically.
Okay, make me understand this thing about dollar always going up. Is it limited to this environment, and what's the dynamics? How? From the financial point of view, does the dollar just wake up one day and what are the indices? It's
as you said, it's technical, but because we are in a global economy, there's no country that is isolated. We trade with other countries. There's domestic trade and there's international trade. So because when we trade in foreign currencies, so the US dollar is a currency that is widely used around the world. So it's the demand and supply of it.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. So it directs the price in different markets.
Yeah.
Okay. You see, I think we're still a little bit technical. in the way we're explaining this. Because, you see, to the man sitting at his breakfast table now, his family, we want him to get to understand, to relate with what we're saying. Because in situations like this, or at times like this, fingers are usually being pointed at certain extraneous reasons why certain things are happening. For instance, they will tell you, oh, because COVID was in China, because the price
Russia-Ukraine price.
Russia, Ukraine. Could you break it down for us, and so we can understand what really is going on? Is it that the wind is blowing left, west instead of south?
To that, I think something happens when people fail to learn from history. And historically, we know that there have always been recessions. It's like almost every 10 years there are recessions. So the reason why sometimes this thing hits us is because we are not prepared for it. But the reality is that history has shown us that these things keep happening and they will keep happening. So we shouldn't be surprised when recessions come. There will be times when there will be like a boom in the economy, and there will be time that things are not as as good as we expect. So it's just something that is bound to happen, or it's something that happens from time to time.
Okay.
And you are not the bearer of bad news.
I'm just keeping it real.
Just keeping it real.
All right. So as ordinary Nigerians, now we look up to the government to cushion the effect of, a tumbling economy such as ours. What should we expect as next steps? Would it be unfolding? Would it be a folding of our arms, or what should the government be doing now, or individuals be doing, to help us stay afloat?
These are very deep questions.
There must be a solution to this.
We can only implore and beg our government, really.
What can government do? What can central bank do, for example?
Shouldn't they be printing money for us?
Those are the technical things. But the things the man on the street understands is we want our government to listen to the cries of people. People are hungry, people are jobless, people want jobs. We want basic things, education. Why should our schools be shut down for so long, while we focus on other things that are not as important as education? We want to be able to wake up in the morning and afford basic things.
Yes. But that isn't happening. Rather, what we're experiencing is more hardship, the ordinary Nigerian. Taxes are going up. Even the bank, the interest, the little money they take for every service you render. At every point, things are being increased on the ordinary Nigeria.
It's sad, really. It's sad.
It must be sad from the look on your face. And maybe it's because we are asking you what government should do, right? Okay, now, the ordinary man on the streets, you and I, and maybe Helen. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Right? We've lost confidence. It's like we're just groping for solutions, right? Now, we're assuming that government is not doing it, they don't have the willpower, some say political will, to do anything, all right? So what would you and I and Helen, what do you advise that we do to be able to survive?
Okay, it starts with looking at being real, looking at where we are. You need to assess, okay, where am I? How did I find myself here? Okay, is this where I want to be? No, this is not where I want to be. Where do I want to get to? Then create a plan. How do I get there?
Okay.
And then start working on that plan to get to where you want to get to. So basically, every man on the street, after assessing where you are and all that, create a plan and start.
So it's back to the drawing board.
It's back to the drawing board. And not just the drawing board to plan. After planning, you start executing on your plan so that you start seeing the results.
Yeah, but so many of us don't have what it takes to execute most of those plans.
Yeah, well, that's why we...
For instance, I got a message yesterday, please, I'm sitting for my exam, and we're getting so many of those things now. Quite frankly, even if this person wasn't telling the truth, you can see the desperation, and you can even feel the pulse, of people around you, that a lot of people would do with anything, just anything. And it's getting worse by the day. It's getting worse by the day. Well, hello.
Okay, but I'm optimistic, and I think that this show should be able to, throw light on the various avenues and opportunities that are out there for Nigerians to create wealth. And, forget about the dollar rising or falling. We're in Nigeria. Yeah, the prices of things out there might be going higher, but if we're able to mop up our individual resources, So what are the opportunities that are available there? You wrote a book on not to lose via stock markets. What other opportunities are open for Nigerians to plow into and make a lot of money?
Yeah, well, I would invite Nigerians to come and talk to us at Kedari Capital. Let's start a conversation.
We're here.
And
let's give them a tip. Something that will encourage them to come to Kadara.
Okay, good. Everyone spends money, and your spending money is not just in the short term. You'll be spending money in the medium term and in the long term. When you are old and you can't work anymore, you will still be spending money. You will need money for your health care, for accommodation and all those things. So you need to start preparing for that time. Now, it's not when you're old that you start saying, oh, what do I start to put aside? You need to start setting something aside towards old age. So there are different instruments that you can use to prepare for retirement or for old age. We are looking at stocks and bonds, fixed income instruments, real estate, and what have you. So that's the reason why I said I'm inviting you.
You have to be, educated on
those things.
Yeah,
yes. So we need to start a conversation with you. Okay. We can begin that by maybe sending us an email or something.
So that you're talking wealth creation.
Wealth creation, yes.
Investment and all those other options.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. But you talked about preparing for retirement. Those of us who have crossed the line, what do we do?
There's nothing like crossing the line.
Well,
come on.
I'm a retired general now.
Well, good that you asked that question.
Yes.
We believe everyone is on a journey, either on a wealth creation journey or wealth accumulation journey or wealth preservation journey. So wherever you are on that spectrum, whether you're just beginning to create wealth or you're accumulating wealth or you have accumulated so much and you need to preserve it, you're welcome to Kedari.
You need professional help.
Professional help.
Okay.
All right. Let's hit the nail on the head at this point. Would you say that Nigeria is broke?
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. Being broke, if we focus on certain material things, the absence of certain material things, you might have the tendency to say you're broke.
What do you mean by certain material things?
Okay, for instance,
we need
money.
food, we need shelter, we
Yes,
need
basic things.
Basic.
The absence of those things could mean someone is broke, but that's not what being broke means. It's brokenness of ideas that's the actual being broke, not knowing what to do to get those things that you need. Yes, it's absent, but if you know what to do to make them present, then you're not broke. All you need to do is embark on those ideas, and those things that you think are missing, they appear, and you can use them, you can utilize them.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try and open up the mindset of government. You know, for instance, I mean, elections around the corner by next year, and we see that the focus is on the elections next year. Do you think that with this focus on elections, that between now and the election time, that we will have solutions? Because, listen, Helen just said it. She bought fuel at an amount that she did not
It's the only
expect.
fuel you're talking. You haven't been
And
to
so
the
many
market.
other, so many other things. So what is going to happen between now and the election? Because we know or we believe that government itself is focusing on next year.
I'm a very optimistic person, but at the same time, I like to keep it real. You know, we can hope for the best, but
nothing much is going to happen. Is that what you're saying? No, let's shake the table. Is that what you're saying, that nothing is likely to happen, to change?
What we have come to know our government for, once they are focused on something, they are focused on that thing. And you said it, they are focused on elections, so
yes,
that's it.
So the Naira, do you know that in about 5-6 days, the Naira drops from about 650 to 710? And I'm sure that if I opened the whatever today, it would have gone up to like 730. I'm even predicting. No. I'm predicting that by Monday, it will get to 800. So at that rate, hey, what is happening? Are we going to say that nothing is likely to? Because you see, the central bank governor was summoned by the Senate, to come and explain a few things, right? So are we saying that we have no solution between now and election time?
Well, he's the central bank governor, and I believe he knows more than he should know more than we do. You know, the last time we heard him blame the slide of the Naira on Aboki FX, I don't know what he's going to say this time around, but I'm hoping
he will say something,
and
then nothing will happen.
I believe something will happen.
You know, I drive around Lagos and I'm seeing more young people on the streets trekking long distances. And we're talking about insecurity. John talked about the schools that have been on strike. Students from universities have been home for, this is almost 5 months now.
6 months, yes.
Okada riders have been banned in some states of Nigeria. And this is a bracket. This is a group of persons, the younger ones, who we say they are the future of this country now. They're the ones with all of the energy and a lot more of the ideas, to help lift up from where we are. But we have completely forgotten about them. What's the implication of this?
The implication is huge, and it's actually very negative, because I believe a nation's greatest resource is human capital, and the strongest, or those at their peak or that have the longest time to actually be productive are the youths. And if we don't get them involved, keep them idle, nothing can survive in an empty space. They'll find themselves in other things, I don't know, other vices. Okay. Everyone will try and find solutions. Some will try and migrate out of the country. But those that remain, I think we need to find ways of getting them involved. And I mean, not just as governments, I mean, even personally and organizations, we should create programs that, can engage their minds and make them productive so that they become, valuable.
Okay, I know that John is itching to ask a question,
okay.
But I'm also curious about the endless borrowing of government. Not only at the federal level, the various state governments are borrowing money. Is that a practical way of improving the economy?
Well, if you borrow, and the funds you borrow gains more than the interest that you're being charged. Then,
how? Utilizing productive
capital,
ventures.
yes, capital expenditure, things that make more money, then it makes sense. But if you're borrowing to consume, that doesn't make sense. It's only a matter of time before everything goes bust.
So like John said, let's shake the tables. What are we borrowing for in Nigeria? Are we borrowing?
We borrow to pay subsidies, to pay interest on loans. It's really a sad case. I don't know.
Getting us further down the...
Yes, it's like we're in the pits and we're digging the pits more. So can we get out of the pit? Yes, we can. But it requires people that are genuine, that really want something better for the country. And they have the will to get on it, not just the rhetoric.
People that are genuine.
Yes, sir.
Who are these people that are you saying that we don't have genuine people?
We do.
But they've chosen to not do what they're supposed to do.
Maybe they don't have the power, the political power. And those that have the political power don't have the will to get things done.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Maybe they do not have the political power. And the ones who have the political power don't have the political will. Maybe that
not
really
in the
is
position to effect any change.
Yeah, maybe that really is the problem we are having. Because if you sit with me over a bottle of beer, you will see ideas come. You know, we are all like technical advisors.
That's right.
You know, to soccer teams. You know, we know. Yeah, but the moment we get up there, something happens, and we are like tongue-tied and arm-twisted and whatever, tied up, and we are unable to make any impact. Only a handful are able to. Wow.
Okay.
So the healing balm hasn't come out yet, because we're actually looking for a healing balm for people out there, right? And I'll tell you something that happened to me a few days ago. About two days ago, the transformer in my area blew up. I'm like, so for like 3 days now, I haven't had power at home, which means that now I have to fuel my generator more often, use it more often, and means I have to maintain and all of that.
And you're talking about you, who is residential. I'm sure there are few business ventures around.
Businesses, yeah, of course, right? And now, if we go by history, experience, when they say your transformer is blown, just be ready for a few years.
A few years.
So the first thing that struck me was, hey, number one, I have to change my generator to a bigger one, because I have a relatively small generator. I'm not able to run my washing machine or my ironing, my microwave and stuff like that. Okay, so I have to step up.
John, you are in the league of.
No, it's not a matter of
Nigeria
league. You see,
does it belong to?
It hits
maybe 5% or 10% of Nigerians in his category.
What category?
80.
No, what
99% are unable to even, purchase the. I beg your. What do they call that? The small gen.
Helen, see.
They can't afford diesel. They can't afford petrol.
I'm happy
to power their generators.
He's an investment expert. You invest your money in what will give you better returns,
yeah.
In terms of comfort and all of that. It's not as if I can afford.
But John, let me tell you, a lot of Nigerians.
I know that I'll be spending less on the long run if I get those things, and the quality of life
is better.
Okay, all right. So John is making some sense, though I'm disagreeing with him because he's in a minority. We are in a minority, and our guest is making a lot of sense also, making us believe that there is hope. So let's take a quick break, can we? All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we will attempt to provide more information and more solutions. Mr. Oluyomi Faneye is our guest on today's show, and we are asking the question, how are you navigating the Nigerian economy? How are you coping with the hard times? We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Yeah, just to remind us that we are watching Today with John and Helen, our live talk show, primarily for the advancement of a vibrant and united family. The average Nigerian family is almost on its knees, and we are here they're actually on their knees, and we're here week after week with information that will help us get back on our feet. Our guest is still here, and Helen also here. So Helen, let's make progress.
Okay, thank you once again for your time. Now, enough said about the economics. What you and I want to hear, what a lot of Nigerians and our viewers at this point in time want to hear, are the possible short-term measures. Short-term measures. If you were to advise us, what would you ask us to do to cushion this hardship?
Apart from coming to see you.
Yes, apart from coming to see you. I know a lot of people are going into agriculture. I don't know. What can we do?
When it comes to short-term effects, there's really little to nothing.
Because we have to be alive to deal.
Yes, I know.
To be there tomorrow, long term.
The reason why I'm saying is that when an emergency happens, it's not the time to prepare for an emergency. You need to prepare for that emergency long before the emergency. So when it comes to short-term things, you need to have prepared before that time. So
okay, it's not an emergency, it's an accident.
It's an accident. What we can do now is to prepare for subsequent ones. We're already here.
We're in it.
We're already in it. What we can do is start preparing for subsequent ones. And it will not be good for us to think those times won't come again. They will come.
Wow.
They will come.
They will come.
Yes, they will come.
Helen, why were you looking at me? I was actually thinking that, with the downward, economic trend which we've been hammering on since we started this program, as experienced by Nigerians, can we say that we are a developing economy, or are we sliding back to the dark ages?
I believe you're.
How would you describe us as a nation? Are we developing or are we backsliding?
It depends on the perspective that we choose to look at it.
Okay, let's look at the perspectives.
So if you're looking at where we're coming from as a people, unity and all that, I'm not sure if I'm very enthusiastic to say we are developing, because with all the ethnic and religious crises I'm experiencing.
Okay.
But if you look at a lot of developments in the economy, a lot of innovation, we look at the tech startups and things that are springing up, and we can say that yes, we are developing?
We have actually developed a lot in creativity,
yes,
and entertainment, and
yes.
Yes, it's just this kudi.
And kudi is it? They say money answers all things, right? And so to the layman, right now, we need cash to be able to improve our spending capacity. What's your take on this? Is Naira no longer attractive? Should we now be agitating or working towards or working for the dollar and the pound sterlings? And how many of us can get this? So how do we make more cash?
The central bank encourages us not to buy the dollar. So what we can do is invest in dollar-denominated products like the federal government's Euro bonds, which is denominated in dollars. So in that way, when you invest in that, no matter what happens to the fluctuations of the Naira, your investment is intact in USD. The federal government pays you back your investments in US dollars.
That's for people like Helen.
Once upon a time, Treasury bills was available, and with as low as you can find it, you could, trade in, invest in that way. You get some interest, but now it's bottom rock. There's absolutely no interest there.
That's for people like Helen. Okay, what about when you're talking to us? What are the solutions? I don't know what is Naira denominated, but I don't know Euro bonds, and I don't know all these things. I am the man who's pushing the cart on the road. And people like me, we have plenty children, more than the people
and having
like
a little
Helen.
kiosk in front of my house.
You see, we're asking the same question.
Yes.
We're entering from different doors. Because we've identified that the average Nigerian needs to navigate these hard times.
Yes.
So we're going to ask you the same question in another fashion, that if those steps are not taken, Euro this, government this, what will happen?
I think it's time each person takes responsibility for their own economic and financial prosperity.
Okay.
There is an investment product for every individual, for everybody. You need to find out what the right instrument for you is that will get you from where you are to where you want to get to. So you need to have a conversation with us.
I would say get innovative, get creative. If it's a small patch of land you have at the back of your house and you can at least plant peppers and tomatoes that will feed you.
That works.
That will work.
That works.
Right? And then, for instance, all my plastic bottles, there's a certain lady who comes, I keep them for her. In the past, I'll just throw them away. I keep them for her. I have a whole bag full. When it's full, I give to her. And she goes and she sells. So I think the answer may just be, correct me, I'm not the expert, you are, that we should get more innovative.
Yes,
we should get more creative and not just lie back and hands up and say, hey, the end of the world is here.
And then we should also get information, because
information.
Yes, there's.
Okay. All right. We're almost running out of time, but not before I've asked this question. That real-time poverty data shows that 53% of Nigerians are currently living below the accepted, level of survival and existence. We are living below the poverty level. We're asking the same question because we're interested in getting ourselves out of here. You have said that individuals should take the responsibility, but you need that purchasing power besides the information. So, as summarizing this conversation, somebody who just tuned in the last 1, 2, 3 minutes, what would you say to them in terms of Nigerian economy and individuals, rising up to the challenge?
I think it's important. It starts with getting the right information, because if you need something and you don't know where to get it, the first thing you need to do is find out that place where you can get that thing, and then you go there and get it. So, information on things you can do,
where you can get loans, where you can get support.
Yes, all those things. Yes, information.
So it starts with information.
It starts with information.
Get information.
Yes, and those are things we can provide.
Yes. Don't be discouraged just keep forging on.
Yes.
You know, I think that would be the summation.
Basically.
Because, like you said, it doesn't look like there's going to be any help from anywhere. Well, thank you so much for helping us understand, the problem, the solutions. The solution or solutions, it will be in our hands.
Yes.
You know, Nigeria, as Nigerians, we just keep smiling and keep moving.
But there's a way we climb out of these things.
There's so much that isn't
divine
right.
intervention.
Divine intervention.
Maybe we are hoping that this time we'll have divine intervention.
Amen.
Again.
Amen.
So, let's thank you for helping us understand.
Thank you so much. I am particularly grateful for your time. I'm more informed and I'm more encouraged. I hope so. And thanks for your time and good luck.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you. Well, health is wealth, and staying healthy is your it's your duty also. Like it says, take responsibility. So let's help you get in shape and stay fit with some exercise routine. And our in-house instructor is always ready to go with us. So, John?
Off to the gym.
And after that, when the gym is done?
Yes, on the lifestyle and wellness segment, Ferron will be, touching on emotional intelligence. And her guest is Enahoro Ehai, CEO Pulse Factory, and together they'll be with us after we've done some sweating it out from the gym. It's Keep Fit time. Let's go.
Hello everyone, I'm Dolly Phillips, and with me is Steven and Elvis, and we're going to take you through a simple aerobic workout. Now, Steven is going to do the easier version, and Elvis and I will do the intermediate version. So as we get into it, we're going to start with a quick dynamic stretch. Let's breathe in and out. And in, and out. Give me two more. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. One more, and out. Shoulder rolls back. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bring it forward. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Circle arms back. Let's go. 1, 2, move your feet slightly, side to side. Big smile on your face. Come on, forward. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Now we're going to open up the chest. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're going to push up to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Now bring your knees up. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is to wake up those abs. Come on. Let's do 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Touch your ankles behind. Come on, guys. Let's get it up a bit. Come on. 7. Yes. 6, 5. Touch those ankles. 4, 3, 2. Now bring it to a march. We're going to do a grapevine. We're going to move to the left and move to the right. Steven is going to go this way, just nice and easy, and tap. But Elvis and I, we're going to add a hop, yes? Let's go, come on. 1, 2, 3, punch out. Punch out. 3, 4, 5. Active recovery, we're marching. Now we're going to step forward. We're going to step this way and back. Guys, are you ready? Other leg, let's go. Hey. Nice and slow. Steven is going to stay here, nice and easy. Double up, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Other side, let's go. Slow. Hey. Come on, you've got this. Right leg working now. 4 more. 4, 3, 2. Get ready to double up. Come on, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give me 8 more. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. Now we're going to go into some hip openers. 1, 2, 3, and you open up the hips. March 1, 2, 3, and open up the hips. Are we ready? Have we got it? Are we good? 5, 6, 7. Come on, bring it up. 1, 1, 2, 3. Hey! Hey! There we go. Very nice. 4 more. 4, 3, 2. Now bring it from outside in. Hey! There we go. 2, 3. Nice. 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 knees. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 knees. 1, 2, 3. 4 knees again. 1, 2, 3. 4 knees. 1. Stephen is going to stay here. We are going to add a jump. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. We're going to do some boxing now. Have you got this? Jab, cross. Jab and cross. Have you got it? Come on, guys. Are we good? Let's go. Double. Come on. What? Give me some power. There we go. Forward. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 8 and 7. Very good. 6, 5. Very good. 4, 3. Remember, you don't need to go so low. And 1. Let's add a kick now. Squat. Kick. Come on. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. 1 more. Very good. Match it out. Now, we're going to go double time. Are you ready? Double time. Let's go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. 8 more. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good job. Match it out. Match it out. We're going to do our windmill now. Hands up. We're going to raise those legs and touch our toes. If you can't, follow Stephen. He's just touching his knees. Nice and slow. 1, up. 2. Remember, we're going to double up. Save your energy. Touch your knees. Follow Stephen. If you can't touch your toes, follow Elvis and I, if you can. Double time. Let's go. 8 and 7 and 6 and 5 and 4. Very good. 3, 2, and 1. Catch your breath. We're going to do this one again. We're going to do this one again. Are you guys ready? Are we feeling it? Are we getting warm? Nice one. 5, 6. Nice and slow first. Let's go right leg. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Very good. 5, 6, 7. Double time. Come on, let's go. 8. Energy. 6. You've got this. 5. Don't give up. 4. Very good. 3, 2, and 1.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to 2 things. 1, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. Rich people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
The many definitions of emotional intelligence says it is the capacity to be aware of, control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships judiciously and empathetically. Simply put, it is the key to both personal and professional success. Again, personal and professional success. But it's not this simple because it has layers and requires learning, practicing, and absorbing. For me, it's one of the topics I most grapple with because I'm a heart on my sleeves type of girl, and I haven't quite learned, well, yes, true. I haven't quite learned to master my emotions such that they work for me instead of against me. So I'm always super excited to have the opportunity to learn from experts like my guest. So let me quickly introduce him. Inahoro Okai, I'm going to ask him, how do I pronounce your surname, please? Okay, excellent. Inahoro Okai is the Managing Director of Pause Factory, which is presently the only West African partner to the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Network in the US, and a Nigerian delivery partner for the KPI Institute in Australia. He's also the founder of Simeon's Pivot Resources, a leading human resource and management consulting firm, as well as the CEO of Gig Mobility, Nigeria's biggest road transport company. Inahoro presently serves as president of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, and he's got like loads of certifications and qualifications, and yeah, he's like really awesome, so I'm super excited. So welcome, Inahoro. I really am honored to have you here.
Excited to be here.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So we were having the conversation the other day.
Yeah.
I wanted you to talk about a completely different topic, and then we started talking about emotional intelligence.
That's what life is all about.
Yep. So it's really cool that we're going to be talking about that today. So let's delve right in. What is emotional intelligence?
I think that it is better to describe it than to define it. But there are various definitions. The simplest one would be that emotional intelligence is the capacity to be smart with your emotions.
The capacity to be smart.
Smart with your emotions. So just let that sink in. You know, when you are a smart person, it means that you are able to make good judgments. You are able to analyze before you make decisions. Now, that can be with your business, that can be with, you know, your children at home, that can be with things that are logical. But what about with your emotions? When you are angry, are you smart? When you are irritated, are you still smart? So if a synonym for smart is wise, and another synonym is clever, and another synonym for smart is brilliant. So I would say, are you brilliant with your irritation? Are you clever with your anger? Are you wise with your sadness? Are you wise with your joy? Are you clever with your excitement? Are you brilliant with your happiness? In the midst of an emotion, right? Are you smart enough to be able to do what is appropriate in that situation? Because emotions are drivers, right?
So that I was going to ask you, sorry to interrupt you. So
it's okay.
Number one, what does smart mean? Number two, what is an emotion? Let's even understand the two words.
So, I mean, to be smart in a situation is to be able to make good judgment and be and respond rather than react. So, I mean, you can be smart with your mathematics, right? See, he's a smart kid. It means that he's able to look at the mathematical equation and make good judgment, isn't it, right? So, but when you feel that emotion, what is emotion? Emotions are simply chemicals, right? Chemicals that our body produces as a result of a perception to a situation, right? So you've got a perception to the door that was just banged, right? What's the perception? Stored in your memory. Maybe you don't like doors being banged because your mom, your dad, your uncle, they've always spanked you growing up whenever you bang the door. So that story is stored in your memory. Now you've got a preference or a prejudice. You don't like the door to be banged. The cells in your body, they've stored that information, right? There's something called thalamus in our brain. It knows you so much to the extent that it knows that you don't like that thing, right? And so immediately it happens, then chemicals are released, and then you have a feeling, right? So when we talk about emotion, we're talking about perception that have been built in your brain that helps to perceive a situation, and emotions are released in your body. And that perception can be true, it can be false, it can be negative, it can be positive, but it's a perception, and it's there, it's stored. Each cells of our body they've got power to keep memories. So everything that has happened to you in life create preferences and prejudices, and immediately something happens. Chemicals are released, electrochemicals, and then it drives you, because every time you feel an emotion, you want to do something. Now the challenge is, some people feel the emotion, they want to do something, but they're able to take a pause, and that's why we call pause factory. They're able to take a pause and then decide, which action is appropriate for this situation, irrespective of what I'm feeling. So I'm feeling irritated, but I'm in my in-laws' house because everywhere is dirty. Now, I know that I don't like dirty places. Now, I'm feeling irritated, but what action is appropriate now? Because my irritation already has an automatic action that it would have loved to take. It has been built. My anger already has an automatic action. When I get home and everywhere is scattered, my irritation already has an automatic action. Now, automatic action is what comes out when you don't filter and choose yourself, and then you just keep acting. And then a lot of times people act without thinking, without analyzing, and then they burn their fingers because they felt an emotion and they're not able to choose the appropriate action for the situation. And a lot of us practice emotional intelligence, but just in different areas of our life. Some people are able to do it well, some people are not able to do it well. Some people are able to do it with their boss, some people are able to do it with their children, and then some people are not just able to do it and they have to learn.
Wow. Okay. On that note, we're going to go on a quick break and we'll be right back. You've given me a lot of food for thought. Just hold on to that thought. Welcome back. Enahoro just
what we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
welcome back. So, before we went on the break, Enahoro dropped some bombs. And on the break, I was having a few conversations with him, and I said something around somebody created negative emotions in me, and I'm going to let him respond again.
And then I said the person didn't create the emotion, right? The person took an action. The person said something, the person was slow, the person was too fast, the person used words that are not good for you. People would always do stuff. Life would always happen. And that is not in your domain, right? You don't create what happens to you. But when they happen, what would you do? So the same thing will happen to three people. One of them will take an action that he will regret for the rest of his life. The other one will take an action that would move him forward. The other one will take an action that is good for everybody in the situation. But the same thing happened to them. So it is not about what happens to you. It's about what you are able to choose to do after it has happened. You know, we say life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of what you do after it has happened. So there are going to be triggers of life, like definitely. One of the characteristics of the triggers of life is that it never stops. It's on the road, it's on the house, it's on the phone, it's on the social media, it's everywhere. And when they keep coming at you, right, you don't have to make a choice. So those who practice emotional intelligence, right, they know that there's a difference between the triggers that have happened to them and their choices. And you would feel, and that's why I said, really, there's no negative emotion. Anger is not a negative emotion. Anger is an emotion that you feel because you perceive a certain level of blockage in your life, right? Even if it's a blockage from the door handle, you will feel angry. Fear is not a negative emotion. It's an emotion you feel when there are uncertainties in your life. And they're like fire. Is fire negative or positive? No. It's like the sea, the ocean. Is it negative or positive? No. They are elements, right? Those who use them well would advance commerce through the sea. Those who don't use them well because you didn't manage your ship well, we capsize, right? Those who do use the electricity well, we're enjoying it. If you don't use it well, somebody will get electrocuted and die. That's what emotions are like. That's why we say they are electrochemicals. And so you feel the chemical because something has happened, and that's okay. You feel irritated, that's okay. You feel annoyed, that's okay. You feel exhilarated, that's okay. You feel joy, that's okay. After you feel all of these feelings, then what? Because guess what? Nobody can see the feeling until you express, and that's an action. Until you take your first action where you express, where you yell, where you walk away, where you insult, when until you take the action, nobody knows you're feeling anything. We don't know you're feeling anything until you express. So it's okay for you to feel. But when you feel, you need to make a choice. It's like sitting in a room with all your superiors. Things are going so bad in the organization. And then you look at your phone because it vibrated. And all of a sudden, there's an alert of good money. But you know the office is tense. Would you jump for joy? You won't jump for joy. You will look at your phone. You will feel joy. Nobody would know you're feeling joyful, but you're looking so calm and you're listening to your directors. But if we open you up, you're feeling joy, filled with joy. What you've done is that irrespective of the joy that you were feeling, you've been able to take an action that is appropriate for the situation that you're in. And once they open that door and everybody's going out, you burst out because now it's okay to take that action. You are choosing. Now, if you jump for joy because you received an alert of money in a meeting that is tense, then you're going to work against yourself. You're going to bite your fingers. That's what we do. That's how we practice emotional intelligence. We always choose. Sometimes people choose where to choose. You don't get so hungry and you eat sand. It's a choice. You don't get so aroused and you sleep with your mother. It's a choice. Right, so we are able to choose in certain places. We're not able to choose in certain places. Because you get home and everywhere is scattered, then you can yell on the children and spank the children. But you get to the office, everywhere is scattered because they've told you not to yell in the office. You try your best not to yell. And for some people, they are not able to do it. And we bite our fingers. So people don't create emotions in you. People do things. And then because of the perception you have about that thing, stored perception, cultural perception, all sort of perception, preferences and prejudices, because of those things that have been stored in you, you then are able to feel something. Has it not happened to you before? Somebody always does something that makes you feel irritated. And then one day you say to yourself, you know what? No, I won't allow this guy to irritate me anymore. Now, the person continues to do that thing, but you don't feel irritated again anymore. You just walk past. He does it, you don't give a damn anymore. What changed? Did he change? No. Your thoughts and your perception about what he's doing, you choose to change it, and then your emotions will change.
Okay, so what are the tools that we need to be emotionally intelligent?
Great.
Everyday tools.
One of the most important tools that you need is to be aware of what we're talking about. It's called awareness. Reading a new book is an awareness. Watching this TV program is an awareness, right? Because if you don't have that awareness, you won't even be able to choose what to do, right? Be aware that there's such a thing as being able to manage my emotion. First, be aware. Read a book, go for a training. Be aware that you've got capacity to choose, whether you can choose it now or not. Let that even begin to work within you. Because without awareness, you can never have any form of transformation. right? So people should begin, to become an accountant. You were aware, you went to school, you read accounting, you understand the bidder, you understand profit and loss, you understand balance sheets. I mean, that's how you became an accountant. The more you are aware, the better you are. To become an engineer, you went to school, you learned a lot of things about engineering, dimension, piling, building, and you're a civil engineer. The more you are aware, the better you become. Now, as a human being, you have to be aware that there are emotions. You understand? So awareness starts from, being educated, reading, understanding, listening. Secondly, awareness is knowing yourself. Know your strength. Know your weaknesses. You understand? Know that every time somebody does this, this is what I do. Know that it is not working for you, right? Realize it. Come to a realization. Because when all of these don't happen, it's like someone calling me in an office and say, Mr. Nahoro, we want you to come and help us. This head of department, he's doing this all of the time. And you speak to the guy say, I don't see anything wrong in what I'm doing. I'm trying to move the organization forward. As far as he's not aware, there's nothing you can do until the day he realizes. And of course, there are strategies to help him aware as consultant. But until the day he realizes that this is working against me, then he will move to a new level of awareness. So the first thing is, when you find yourself in a situation, somebody just yelled on you. You made a call and they're not answering. You keep calling and the person is not answering. That's a situation. You're in traffic and you don't like what's going on because you're running late. That's a situation, right? When you're in a situation, your emotions will push. The first thing you need to do is to be aware that I'm in a situation, to be aware that this situation makes me yell, or to be aware that I'm about to yell, I'm about to spank, I'm about to insult. Be aware. Now, that awareness is happening within you. Nobody knows. And the capacity to do that is to take a pause in the middle of what is going on. Pause, and be aware. It's like reading a mail.
And in your awareness, you've reacted.
Yeah, so that's
the
first step, and then I'll give you the second step.
Yeah.
The first step is not an action. So if you take action first, you're not practicing emotional intelligence. The first step is the realization. Reading that mail in that office and say, man, I'm irritated with this mail. It's okay to be irritated. Nobody can see it. Right? And you're looking at that mail and you're aware, what is the person trying to? You are irritated as you're reading the mail. But the mistake is to reply the mail immediately with what you're feeling. The mistake is to yell because of what you're feeling. You don't do things because of feeling. You do things because of goals. So the first step is to be aware in the midst of the situation. Be aware that the children are yelling again, and these children are yelling again. They're shouting everywhere, and I don't like it. Be aware. Sometimes it takes a second. Sometimes it takes quarter of a second to realize, to be aware. You feel the emotions flush through your body. First step. Second step is to take that pause and ask yourself, what are my options now? And that's what a lot of people don't do. That's what Will Smith did not do. Great guy. He didn't ask, what are my options? But let's even ask, okay, what are my options? List about 3, 4, 5 options in 1 second. But the most important thing is, of all of these options, like you said you did what yesterday? Yeah. So of all of the options that you had, why that one? And that's where emotional intelligence helps you to make a choice. In order to take the action, you must be able to tell yourself the why. And the why, they've got characteristics, right? The why is, what is the most important overarching reason why I'm here? So if you're a customer service officer, the most important reason why you're here is to serve the customer and to move your organization forward. So the customer is yelling on you. You feel irritated, but the most important reason, the overarching purpose of being here, right? The overarching purpose of being in the marriage, the overarching purpose of anything that you're doing should give you a guide to what you should choose. Usually, they are noble. They don't bring people down. Usually, they make all of us grow. Are you getting it? Usually, they move us forward. They don't take us backward. So which of those options would you take to then move us forward? So what people do is, rather than gravitate towards where we're going, the goal, what's most important right now. It's like a man getting home and the food is not as tasty as he wants, or is not ready. What's the most important thing in that home? Because the emotion will say, I'm irritated. I mean, this thing doesn't taste like. But you either go with the emotion or you go with the most important right now. What most important in your marriage? It's peace and communication and make this marriage a happy home and all of that. Now I can yell, I can irritate, I can walk away from the food, I can use my hand to do the food like that, I can do all of that. But which one, even though I don't like the taste, which one is going to move us forward? Oh, I should let my wife know that I don't like the taste, so how should I do it? When you go with that one, you'll be able to express the fact that you don't like the taste of this food as a man, and then you explain why and all of that, and then maybe you guys give yourself a hug and she says, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was going to taste like that. Can I do something else for you? Now, in the midst of that irritation, you've chosen something that is appropriate for you and your wife and the family in that regard. That choice. So you take a pause. If you don't practice pause, and people ask me, well, why is the organization called Pause Factory? Because I said it's because it's the most important element in the entire process. You take a pause to understand what you're feeling. You take a pause to see the options. You take a pause to choose the option that is most appropriate, that moves everybody forward. We call it optimal, that moves everybody forward rather than take us backward.
Okay, so number 1, awareness. Number 2, pause.
Yeah, and ask yourself, what are the options?
And then ask yourself,
you know, people like to hear things like, don't yell, don't do that. I mean, those kind of things, like when they scratch your car, don't, you know, different situations in life will call for different things. And that's why it's difficult to tell someone what to do with your son whenever he does this. Because today and tomorrow is different. So it's like someone scratches your car on 3rd Mainland Bridge in the afternoon. You're able to come out and then you're able to, you do your Nigerian thing. Do you know who I am? Why did you do this? And all of that. And they apologize to you and then you feel good about it. But someone scratches your car under the bridge at Oshodi at night. You want to do the same thing?
True.
You might be robbed. You might be killed. Now, the same situation, different times require different responses. Now, an emotionally intelligent person would know that this place at this time in the night, what's most important, what's overaching is my safety. What would bring me safety? Leave this place now. But if you do what you did in the morning because it's scratched, then you're going to bite your fingers. So the capacity to be able to see options, you must be able to see the options. Now, the problem is when we're already used to one option, and it is stored, it is registered. That's what I've always done. That's what I whenever I do it, I feel good. I've given them a piece of my heart. I ask them, how many people have you given? How many part of the heart is remaining? Right? That one that you do that makes you feel, you know when you spank your child and your child did not cry because he did something, and then you call the child back, and then you spank the child again just because you want to feel that cry, and then the child cries, and then you say, go. And I'm going to ask you, what was the goal of the beating? Was it for the child to show pain or for the child to be corrected? Now, a lot of people actually want that child to feel pain. And because that pain makes them feel better that I've corrected the child. But in reality, what you wanted to do is to spank the child and correct the child. So our emotions are always driving us. The capacity to, we call it choose yourself.
Choose yourself.
Choose yourself. You'll find
How
peace.
can you do this easily? Because I am a culprit of this problem and I have bitten my fingers many times because I've made the wrong choices.
Start by practicing. Now you are aware. Start by practicing. You remember that you actually practiced your auto run all of these years. You practice how to block people that don't make you feel good. You practice how to wear them on your sleeve. You actually practice them. You've been practicing since 1 year, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, and I don't know how old you are right now. You've practiced it. It's become part of you. If you want to begin to change that, the first thing you need to do, start practicing it. Don't beat yourself. If you fail in the morning, try it again, and then try it again. Now, when you do this, it's called neuroplasticity. Your brain begins to realize that there's a new way we want to begin to act. Who are we? The brain and you, right? There's a new way we want to begin to act. There's a new way. Okay, and the brain registers it. Another day you try it, it's registered. Another day you try it, it's registered. Sometimes when you try it, you feel pain. Remember when you go to the gym because you want to slim down, you want to burn fat? When you go for the first time, what do? You practice and then you feel what? You feel pain. Now that pain is a positive pain. We call it taking the fish out of the water. Because there's a level of practice in emotional intelligence where you go through discomforts to get to comfort. So you feel that pain on the first day in the gym, but if you go again, you feel the pain. You go again, you feel the pain. After a while, you keep doing the same thing and you're not feeling the pain anymore. That's how it works with emotion. You decide to be quiet for a situation because you believe that quiet is better because your mouth is always running. The first time you're quiet, you're going to feel pain, like someone is piercing your heart, like you've just been cheated, that you've just been talked down on, like you have less of yourself, you feel that pain. Don't forget that that's a discomfort. You're going to a place that you call comfort. The next time you keep quiet for that person, and the next time you keep quiet for that person, the pain begins to reduce. After a while, you know how to keep quiet and you feel nothing. And now the person is wondering, she doesn't see anything anymore. How do I trigger her next? Now you are in charge of yourself. You are not enslaved to your emotion anymore. You practice it.
Wow. Can you do that on your own?
You can start doing it just because you're watching this TV right now. And start it in your home right now if you're watching this program. Like, you can just start practicing right now. Sometimes you need a coach. Sometimes you need a training. Now, we run a lot of training, right? People come for training and then their life changes for the rest of their life. And they meet me somewhere and they say, your book. I read your book and it changed my marriage. It changed everything. Some people say, I came for your training. I mean, I was in a training recently and somebody said, everything that you taught me like 6 years ago has changed my life completely. Now, but some people need a coach. They need somebody to help them, you know. Let's meet in a week. Let's look at what you've done in a week. Where and where did you make a mistake? What were you feeling? What were you thinking? What did you do? All right, so if we're going to try it, if it happens again, what do you think you should do? Now, some people need coaching. I mean, 1 week coaching, 2 weeks, 6 months coaching, depending on how terrible.
But then you can start in your home.
Oh, of course. But you can start right now. I mean, just here right now. You can start by unblocking the person and saying that choice that I made yesterday, maybe not.
No, I'm not going to do that. But on that note, this has been supercharged. And I really, really hope that everybody has learned a lot. As always, the time runs off we run out of time so quickly.
Yeah, but little information is enough every now and then. Everybody can take it all together at once. Yeah.
For sure. What's your Instagram handle? So that if anybody wants to look for you on Instagram.
Enahoro Ohai, my name, Enahoro Ohai, one word.
At Enahoro Ohai. Okay. Thank you so much,
Enahoro. It's my pleasure doing
this. It really, really is awesome. And I'm going to be having a long conversation with you after this. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. I really, really hope that we've learned a thing or two. John, Helen, and myself are going to very, very quickly round up the show. So please, please stay tuned. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
We truly have taken this show to another level today. You know, while Pharaoh and her guests were on, I was so soaked in the fact that, yes, life does happen, but we have got choices to make. Which direction it goes is entirely our business. Awesome that was. Thank you. Thank you, Pharaoh. Thank you.
Yes, life
John.
does happen.
Yes.
So my nugget for today has to do a bit with life. Because you can choose to be nervous or not to be nervous when you speak, when you address your audience. So, the nugget for today is this. Nervousness becomes worse when you get nervous about being nervous. So your nervousness only gets worse if you start getting nervous or conscious of the fact that you're being nervous. So the trick is this. Pretend that you're calm. Don't be nervous, yeah? Don't be nervous, and it will help you a lot. Even the best speakers, the best public speakers are nervous, but you never notice it because they're able to conceal it, okay? So you have to learn the techniques of concealing your nervousness and get less concerned about that nervousness, okay? Otherwise, you only spiral down. You get worse, all right? So control is the message there. Control your nervousness, and you'll be good. Yeah, that's the nugget for today. Pharaoh.
Your nuggets are always very insightful and very, very helpful. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's emotional intelligence this morning was very helpful.
Awesome.
I'm actually going to take his training class because I need it.
I sat down here and I was beginning to do some practice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
All right. We hope you had impact. We hope you were informed, you were enlightened, and you have some answers to a lot of questions about life and the finance situation of Nigeria and what to do. It's Today with John and Helen, and this is where we call it a day. Thank you for being there.
Thank you. See you again next week.
Thank you. See you next Saturday.
Bye.
It's the unthinkable. Nearly 1 million Rohingya refugees have been driven out of their homes and villages in Myanmar into neighboring Bangladesh. It is by far one of the world's largest humanitarian crises today.
The Rohingya are descendants of the ancient Southeast Asian kingdom of Arakan. Its borders face the Bay of Bengal to its west, the Indian subcontinent to its north, and Burma proper to its east, isolated by the Arakan Mountains and accessible primarily by sea.
In the 8th century, Muslim traders brought Islam to Arakan, where the religion spread. In the 18th century, Arakan was conquered by the neighboring Burmese people.
Until recently, the descendants of the Arakan, now known as the Rohingya, lived isolated from the majority Buddhist population.
We all need each other. So I always say things, I can abound and, I could go high and I can go low. I can relate with the tanker driver that delivers water in my home, and I think I can very much, sit with the Queen the next day.
You can.
So that's what I honestly feel. We should have a strong network, but it should be a network of people at all levels, because you never really know who you need tomorrow.
True.
So I'll leave that with my dues. So.
Okay, so don'ts now.
Don'ts. Okay. I think women should never let their emotions run away with them. It's one of the reasons why I think, when men look at, oh no, she's too, you said it, she's too emotional, or no, I don't know, she's too, no. We are aware of who we are, but let's fine tune that attribute and work it.
Fine tune.
Yes, we need to fine tune. So yes, because I could sit down and cry about something the whole day, and I could also be emotional and get something done and sign that $1 million contract. Yes. So,
do you have one more don't for us?
Let me see. One more don't. Let me leave it there
because
of time.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today, Amanda.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll agree that it has been an enlightening etiquette episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Many thanks for watching, and do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Marumi Akon. Bye for now.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable, and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure. Sanwo-Olu restates commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements.
Transportation. Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, Lamata, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was the main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomu, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomu. Same thing in Alaba. Igomu and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway to
the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, assured Lagosians that the completion date of the 2 rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and wants perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right? So, gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility from now. We begin to mention that for the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSE branded vehicles, otherwise known as lag ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the lag rise, Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they are going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. Unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known to Kumpo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries.
You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles because you are always on the road on a daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagos Ride, which is the Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the scheme can apply. We apply as an association. You understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of Lag Ride is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it is so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way, and they gave us 2 banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members. They said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some certain contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this, because it's going to make life better for them. Then, the most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we notice that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector, because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Strike business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to understand that 1.5% commission has been set aside for the driver and their family of 4, which is what we HMO, health management scheme, under the plan. You see, when they charge 25% commission of each transaction consummated under the platform, 4% out of it goes into comprehensive insurance and mechanic insurance to maintain that vehicles, which I see as a welcome development. It wasn't anywhere included in their current module of operandi with other hub companies. And if Lagos State government put this in their business plan, I think, they are coupling international standard practice, which is why we are very happy with Lagos State government, particularly Babaji Sanwo-Olu, for making sure that all these things are embedded in Lagos Ride. With the notion of Lagos Ride, when we had meeting with them, if they follow all the process to the letter, I think it will reduce traffic congestion in Lagos State, because they are the first app companies that will introduce what we call carpooling. Carpooling means classification of rider, where 2, 3, 4 different customers can join one vehicle going towards the same destination. And with the introduction of brand new comfortable vehicles, I think a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home. What prompted a lot of Lagosians to make use of their vehicle are because we don't have a good, safe transport system. That is why everybody wants to have their vehicle on the road. And judging from the fact that we have less road and we have many people in the city, we are moving at the same time. But if we have a safe system, safe transport system, comfortable safe transport system, a lot of people will keep their vehicle at home and make use of Lagos Ride. What am I saying? With the introduction of this classification of rider, they will even pay less. They will pay less than the conventional taxi, where you used to pay 2,000 naira, you can pay less than 1,500, even 1,000, because you are sharing your ride with other customers, other users, meaning that the driver will end up earning more. In the sense that the driver is supposed to have earned 2,500, and he collects 1,300 or 1,200 into 4 places, is getting 5,000 instead of 2,500. And the same distance cover when you pick only one person. That will reduce a lot of traffic congestion if we can actually accept this concept introduced by Lagos Ride. The traffic will be entirely reduced. But if Lagos Ride deploy enough vehicle, the 1,000 vehicle is not enough. I must be sincere with you. If we have more than this vehicle, handing over to those who need it job opportunity to pilot it, a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home and will make use of Lagos Ride. Lagos Ride can enter anywhere in the street of Lagos State because majority of this vehicle are SUV. They can enter some bad area, and we have sampled it. You understand? It's not low vehicle, it's high on the ground. It can maneuver some bad spot. I see it as a solution if it's being piloted appropriately. Online transport system is already a smart system way of transportation, coupled with a lot of mechanism being embedded in it to make transportation easy, using a stone to kill 2 to 3 birds. Number one, the lag ride is not going to be conventional taxi. You take request, the driver take request randomly, you know, and it solves the problem of moving within the city. 2, 3 people can enjoy a ride. And this ride we are talking about is a global standard. Even a lot of people since the launch of this vehicle have been getting a lot of reports from our members that they are asking them, is it real? You know, because this is the first time we are seeing that government make promise and they are fulfilling it. I thought when me saw it, I thought I'm dreaming, but today is reality. You see, if it's being piloted properly, it will fit in what we call Smart City Lagos, because that is no different from what is being practiced in Dubai and what is being practiced in Lagos. The e-hailing service in Lagos State is already a smart way of transportation. Unlike those who promise us smart transport system and we are still seeing car of 15, 17, 18 years, 20 years running a taxi. But we are talking about a recent car, 2 years old car, to run a taxi business with a fast system and with a lot of security gadgets, you know, to contain any security threat. And making the movement in the city of Lagos is very easy with the introduction of several mechanisms that will make life easy for Lagosians, for them to imbibe with this scheme. And I think, I don't know how they came about this, but I expect more of these things to come in later future. I want to really appreciate the office of Governor Sanwo-Olu for this laudable project. Is indeed a welcome development. And we, at Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association, are solidly behind him. We trust him again, and he's a man of his words. I was with him in 2020 when he said he's going to introduce a safe transport system. I didn't believe it will come to reality, but I'm seeing it in reality. May God bless him. Second time we are with you fully, in spirit, in physical.
That's all we have in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Space and Style, a television show that exposes you to the intricacies of the world of real estate. My name is Yola-Mubi Onifade, your captain on the show today, and together we'll be going on an interesting voyage into the challenges of housing delivery in Nigeria. On the show, we have different segments to cater for all your real estate needs. We have the expert segment where we discuss topical issues. We have the design tip-top corner where we keep you abreast of various trends in interior design. Then we have the property of the week, which showcases different properties in the market to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, we have the artisan spot where we talk to different artisans who support the real estate industry with their craftsmanship. So sit down and make sure you enjoy all these fascinating segments. Today, I am joined by Mr. Aderemi Adedokun, a big player in the construction industry with a proven track record of over 15 years. He founded his real estate company, RT Shemlash Company Limited, in 2006 after working for so many years in the banking industry. He is an accounting graduate of Ogun State Polytechnic Abeokuta, now known as Moshood Abiola Polytechnic, and he also obtained an MBA from the Lagos State University. He has developed over 10 projects ranging from affordable to luxury homes. He will be beaming a searchlight into the very many challenges impeding the growth of the real estate industry. Thank you for joining us today, Remy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Why are houses so expensive in Nigeria? Because that's the bane of the housing deficit we have in Nigeria, because of course you see houses and it's unaffordable. So when we say there are housing deficits in Nigeria, but there are houses being built every day, which is not within the reach of the common man. Why is this so?
I don't want to agree that houses are very expensive. It depends on the area, the location you're looking at. So if you want to live in BI, live in Ikoyi, you should be ready to pay the price of Ikoyi. If you don't have that amount of money, then you have to go to the suburb, go to Mowe, go to Korodu, go to Agbara, and the rest of them. So you find houses at affordable prices there. However, prices have even gone up a little bit on those areas as well.
And why is that?
This is because of the dollar exchange.
Why is dollar such a great impact on construction? Don't we manufacture anything locally? Why is everything dollar? And even cement, we produce cement here, which is, I don't know, I stand to be corrected, the biggest part of what you need of a building material. So why is everything dependent on dollar?
Okay, let's put it this way. The people that are selling sand, for example,
yes,
we are not importing sand.
Yes.
We get sand locally here.
Yes.
Yet the price of sand has doubled.
Why?
Because the people selling sand will tell you that when they collect that money, they're going to spend it in the market where dollar is being used. The people that are bringing things to the market are getting it, buying with dollars. So their prices are up. So they need to up their own prices too in order to level up.
So are you saying that Naira devaluation has a serious impact on the housing industry in Nigeria?
It has a serious impact on everything.
I know, on the construction business.
Construction and
so
every other thing.
So why is cement expensive?
I'm not in a position to tell you why cement is expensive. The manufacturers, the likes of Dangote, Lafarge, will be in a better position to tell you. All we know is that we go there to buy cement, and today it is 2,000, tomorrow it is 2,500, next tomorrow it is 3,000. As I speak to you now, it is 4,000. And the most annoying part of it is that the unavailability.
How do you mean? It's expensive and it's unavailable.
So you have your money and you can't even get the cement. Sometimes you have to queue up, pay money today, and you get it in about 2 weeks. They tell you Lafarge is not producing. They tell you Dangote is not producing. And people are hoarding it. You know our Nigerian factor. People hoard it.
Recently, due to the Ikoyi building collapse that happened, your industry has been in the forefront. It's been in the eye of the storm. Everybody is laying complaints at the doorstep of the developers, right? So I would like to take it from your angle, to see from your lenses. Why is this so? Is it true that developers cut corners? Is it true that you cut, when it comes to the regulation, you manipulate regulations? Is it true that you do a lot of, shady things in the industry. I would like to see from your angle.
Okay, I'll start this way. There's nobody that is doing business, spending his hard-earned money, that wants to cut corners when you know it's going to boomerang at the end of the day. So it's going to be a penny wise, pound foolish. Yeah? So when you're doing business, you want to put everything in place. Take, for example, the man that is doing a 5-story building. Sometimes when you want to start your construction, you make provision for 7 so that you can sit very well. It depending on what your structural engineer tells you. He's the one that designed it. He's the one that tells you this is the capacity, this is how far you can go. So we're not cutting corners, we're not manipulating the authorities. And as a matter of fact, the authorities comes every now and then to come and say every stage of your work.
So if that is it, why do we still have building collapses in Nigeria?
It's unfortunate. As much as I said, nobody wants to, we don't cut corners, we still have some bad eggs, which happens everywhere in the world, which happens in every facet of businesses. Some people still want to do some shoddy things, but not in the highbrow area like Ikoyi.
So what could have happened to Ikoyi building?
Honestly, I can't say exactly what could have gone wrong. I can't place my hand on it. But what I know for sure is that the man will not put up a 21-story building and compromise, and want to deliberately compromise. It's just unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. So, talking about money, how do you raise finance to embark on these businesses? Because it is capital intensive. So how do you raise money to ensure you do the right thing? Because it's not every developer that has money to do the business, and they're in business. So how does the financial institutions in Nigeria help your businesses?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important aspect of the business. The area you are doing your construction determines the amount of money you're going to spend, because that will determine the luxury you're putting in the apartment. You will not spend the same amount you're spending in Ikoyi, in Moe. So this is the way it is. Unfortunately, our financial institutions are not helping matters, because by the time you look at the interest element, when you're done with the project, you find out that you make absolutely nothing on the project, and you don't want to work for the bank. Few of them are helping, and if you can sit down with them, sometimes my banker, they're doing well with me. I can say that.
You're not allowed to mention.
Okay. I would have loved to. I mean, we have a very good relationship, and they are financing most of our projects. They're doing really well for us. So most people, I think, you go to friends, just like you're doing any other business. Some friends can help you, family can help you with funds, and some people want to start big.
Okay, so that's a problem.
That is a problem. You start from, a child has to crawl before you stand. You have to walk before you run. You have to run before you fly. But these days, people just want to start flying like that. So when you do one project, you do like 2 units, then from there you graduate to doing 3 units, you graduate to doing 6. But some people just want to do 20 units the first time and without experience.
Wow. And thank you for staying with us. We're due for a short break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. Shortly before we left, we were talking about challenges with the house and delivery in Nigeria. And Mr. Remi Adidokun is still with us on set. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you.
So another question that boggles my mind is the menace of the Omonile. How do you people deal with this challenge? It's a menace that It's been around for centuries and nobody has done anything about it. I know the Lagos State government is really trying, but still, they've not been able to, you know, put this monster behind us. So how do you developers deal with this menace?
Thank you. The Omuniles, they're not as rampant as they used to be.
Oh.
All thanks to Lagos State government. They're doing a good job. However, that does not mean they're not there again. And it depends on where you work. That's what determines whether you're going to come in contact with the Omuniles or not. When you're working in Ikoyi, you don't expect to see the Omuniles.
How do you mean? How do you source for your land in Ikoyi?
No. Okay. It depends on your own definition of Omunile. Omunile, as I know, are the ones that will come in and disturb your work when you're doing construction. They want to claim money from you when you're doing the foundation. When you finish foundation, you want to do the block work, you have to pay them a certain amount. I don't know if those are the ones you are referring to as the Omuniles, or the ones that sell lands and sell to 2 or 3 people.
Okay, I would say the second one, because if you're talking about the first definition you gave, I would rather say they are street urchins, what you call Omota or something like that. I don't think they have any link to the land. But the one I am talking about, the reference I'm making, is the real Omonile people that give you land and still come back to, you know, stress you when you start construction.
I don't think we have much of that again.
Okay. Are you serious?
No, I don't think you have much of that again. Reason being that when you buy land, you'd always do your due diligence. Your lawyer goes to allow us to do some verifications. You make sure that you have the right documents. You make sure that nobody has bought the land before you. I mean, if you have everything in place, you do your due diligence. I don't see why anybody will come and disturb you when you're doing your job.
All right.
So we don't really have much of that. At least in the last, since I started, I've never had any of such experience.
I'd rather say you've been lucky.
Maybe. But
Probably your choice of location.
I have friends who are doing the same business.
Okay.
And none of them have any of such experience.
All right. So moving on, how do you handle unskilled labor and professionals on site? Because part of the problems of building collapses and, you know, all those problems we have is the professionals. And there's always a kind of challenge between what the developer wants or what the client wants and their professional advice of the consultants or the professionals on site, then versus the unskilled laborers that you engage on site. So how do you manage to put this all in place?
Okay, thank you once again. The modus operandi of your business will determine how you go about this. I'm a developer, not like I'm building for anybody. Yeah? So I have my team. We have the architect, we have the structural engineer, we have the civil engineer, we have the builder, and all of them, the mechanical and electrical engineer on site. Those are the professionals.
Yes.
They are always on site. Yeah? And there's a drawing with which we are working with, which must have been approved by the state government. However, we also have the unskilled people on site. They are the laborers, the workmen, and all of them. All these people, the skilled workers, tells them what exactly they expect from them. So, and they are there to monitor what they're doing. Take, for example, you are supposed to mix cement and sand together. So the professional will tell you, I want 1 bag of cement and 10 bags of sand for this mix, hypothetically. So if they are there to control the unskilled laborers, I don't see why there will be a problem. Unfortunately, some people don't have the skilled people on site all the time. That is when these people does whatever they like.
Wow. Okay, we are due for a break and we'll come back. Thank you for staying with us. We're going for a short break Don't move, we'll be back in a jiffy.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. We are still here talking about the challenges in housing delivery in Nigeria, and Mr. Remi Adedokun is still here with me. So, Mr. Remi Adedokun, what impact does taxation have on your business? And I will say double taxations, because you hear people you start from the approvals, then you go on to local governments, pay this, pay that, and all that. And of course, it does affect the business because you put all this cost on your consumers, on your customers. So how have you been able to manage these situations?
Yeah, it's a very big challenge in the sense that when you're getting your approval from the state government, whether you like it or yes, they would ask you to go and pay tax.
Even if you are a taxpayer in Lagos
That is exactly where the problem lies. Even when you are a taxpayer and you present your tax papers, they still go ahead and still ask you to go and pay tax.
So are you saying, I'm sorry to butt in, for every project you embark on, you have to pay Lagos State government taxes for each project?
Yes.
Even if you pay all your taxes in the previous one?
Exactly.
Wow.
They still ask you to go and pay tax. We have references to people who already have, they're taxpayers. Somebody who works with with a company. Take, for example, you work with a bank. They deduct your tax from source, whether you like it or yes. But unfortunately, when you want to develop a building and we are seeking an approval for you, Lagos State will still ask you to go and pay tax.
Even on the land, when you're trying to do perfection of your title, you pay taxes.
Exactly.
You want to do approval, you pay taxes. That's double taxation.
So this is what we have been fighting against. They should look at it objectively and say, okay, if you are a taxpayer, they don't need to charge you tax for construction again.
But how have you been engaging the authorities? What have you done to engage them?
Yeah, we've gone there, we've told them, sometimes we write letters to them to tell them that this person is a taxpayer, we attach all the papers to it. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they just bring the tax down. Maybe if they have given you 5 million, they just say, okay, go and pay 2.5 million.
So you're not coming as an association, you're doing it in isolation?
Something like that.
Is there like an association of real estate developers in Lagos?
Of course there is.
So what is the association doing
They are
as
also
an
fighting,
association?
yeah, they are also meeting with the government to resolve it.
Then you should, I'm sorry.
But you see, it's not easy with the government here. Anything you want, what have you gotten done on the platter in the country? You have to go extra length, you have to keep going, you have to keep talking about it until you get it done.
So your association will rather choose negotiation than probably litigation?
Why would we go litigation?
The courts are there to ventilate your rights.
Maybe after we must have
explored all
the available resources.
So in a nutshell, what would you advise for potential customers who want to join the property ladder? How do I identify structures that structurally, that have structural integrity, and probably location and, all other factors that should influence a first-time buyer? What would you advise?
Okay. If you're buying a property, from my little experience, I know that the number one factor that every buyer looks out for when they're buying a property is security. In terms of location, how secured is the location, is the environment. So if you're buying a property, apart from that, if you want to know the structural stability of the building you're buying into, it is advisable for you to get an engineer to go and do an inspection. So you'll ask them questions like, do you have a permit to do this construction? So if you have a permit, you are sure that these people have been coming to check every stage
the
of your
stages
work.
of the construction.
So that gives you a bit of comfort. If you have the permit, you know that Lagos State will not come tomorrow to come and mark the house. Yeah. So, and your engineer will come and ask some basic questions. How did you do can I see your drawing? What's the foundation like? What is the mix of this? Where are your test results for? Because for every phase that you do, we do a test of the cubes of the mix, the cement mix. So the engineer will check. Once he's comfortable with all of that, then you're good to go.
Lately, I saw something in the news talking about certificate of completion. What does that indicate?
What it means is that if during your construction, you're carrying the authorities along, they come to do the inspection, they come to do everything till you finish. When you're done, you apply for the certificate of completion. So which they will give you. That confirms that they have checked everything you did from start to finish.
So that's
a big comfort to anybody who is buying. But you know, most times people buy off plan before completion. So there's no way they will have access to that certificate of completion at that point.
So how do people who buy, off plan, so how do they still have the comfort?
Yeah, I just told you now. Get an engineer to go do an inspection.
But my money is already with you.
So before you do the payment at all,
okay,
this man comes in. Okay, another thing is that before you buy, you have to make sure that this developer has integrity, has a pedigree. He has done few projects before, and you have inspected. You're sure, okay, I can deal with this person. You won't just go to a new building with somebody who does not have anything and buy off plan from foundation. If it's a new developer, you'd have to wait till the person has gone some miles before you plug into it, before you drop your money.
Thank you very much, Remi Adedokun. I had a nice time, and the audience too had a nice time. And I hope you will come again when we invite you.
Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of the conversation with the experts. Up next is the Artisan of the Week. I know working with artisans can be tedious, but we found some good ones. Take a look.
Space and style.
I've made this business now for long now. That is almost 28 years. There is a difference between the upholstery and the furniture. Like furniture, they don't used to sew. We are the upholsterer, we used to sew and wear all those fabric on the chair and maintain the quality of the chair and bring the beauty out when furniture cannot do it. We maintain the quality. If you want to know the quality of the fabric, once you touch the fabric of the chair, you know the quality between the fake and the original. Is not the one is not original. There are many challenges upholsterer. Like some of customers, they used to complain upholsterer used to delay, all those kind of things. If it's normal, upholsterer used to delay. They want to delay, like they have like 3 to 4 work on their hand. They were used to please, they want to please all of them. For that moment of pleasing all of them, at least you must to delay one and please one, or you need to please all of them. You delay one and please the other one first before the other one. Like us, like me, when I learned my own, I learned for 2.5 years. Then I served my August for 6 months, making 3 years. There is like this one now, this is leather fabric. If you want to say this one, this is leather fabric. This is leather fabric, this is ordinary fabric. If I want to advise a client, I will advise them to go for this. Because if you don't have like AC in the house, you cannot enjoy exactly something like this. If you have AC that used to blow every minute, you can use this kind of fabric. The difference is pure than this one and this one. Like this one and this one will last than this. This one will take long years. We protect dust. We protect dust and are dirty than this. Like this one, this is just fancy and the house. This fabric, this is better than this. Like what I said before. if you are using this fabric now, customer can use it for like 10 years, depends on the children you have at home. You can use this one for 10 years, 8 years. Some people, they used to use it for 3 years. They'll bring it back. They'll bring it back to come and change it. Depends on the children you have at home. What I enjoy about the work, when I'm doing it, I enjoy it. Because I know this is my business. The effort of the female, they used to come in the business. It's like we have a contract, like all those ladies that used to come to my place now, for all those contractors, all those kind of things. They used to come, sometimes they used to get idea with us. They used to come out with idea. If they want to collect like something like this, they come. Ask some of idea before they went to go and collect the job, all those kind of things.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the discussion this week. I hope you learned some good ideas from the designer and the artisans. Join us next week at the same time for another interesting edition. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Jacinta Obiuku, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. First is the event where the African Agility in partnership with the Lagos State Government and a Co-Innovation Center is trying to close the gap change in the technology industry by ensuring that more women are in technology through training.
Women are an ever-growing part of the technology landscape, but inequality in pay and opportunities persists. There are many systematic problems that need to be addressed for women to achieve great quality in technology. Deloitte Global predicts that large global technology firms on average will reach nearly 33% overall female representation in their workforces in 2022, up slightly more than 2 percentage points from 2019. The Girls in Tech program is organized to bridge the gender gap between men and women in the tech industry by developing more girls with agility, machine learning, data science, and web development. In 3 weeks, the girls have been able to work together and develop projects that use tech to solve life issues.
Another election is around the corner, and it will interest you to know that we do not have sufficient information about our candidates and aspirants. Our team has developed a solution to this. Like my colleague said, information is liberating, and we hope to give you political liberation. So we've developed Political. And what is Political? Political is a web application that seeks to provide a comprehensive database of politicians in Nigeria across all levels, from the federal, state, and local government. I bet you a lot of us do not know the political holders of local government positions in this room.
Express Wings is a logistics company driven by technology. Our objective is to provide unparalleled means of supporting our clients and also becoming an extension of our client's business. This way, that even if our client's objective is to provide excellent services, Express Wing will also extend that hand with their deliveries. You might be wondering, how are we different from the normal and from other companies that operate logistically? Express Wing, we have several competitive advantages. Number 1, our rates are fair, and we also have a live track and trace solution. That way, you easily go to our website and input your tracking ID to enable you to see real-time data and real-time status of your package. You don't have to call the rider every time. Where are you? Where are you? You don't have to make up lies. You simply put in your tracking ID and you're able to check.
A panel of judges at the event rated the project performances of the girls.
So put your hands together for connected. Come forward. Good girl. Come forward. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them.
Developer manager at Microsoft Cloud, Eduaba Sichunwiki, shares her experience in the tech industry and encourages the girls to continue to do their best.
Today it's not about me, it's about all of you. Have been the biggest believer of having loads of women in the tech sector. So for some of you that know, beyond my Microsoft life, I run an organization called Wenters. And I do know that most of you are part of the Wenters team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the amazing Wenties that are here, thank you. And it's been because of my experience in the tech sector. So when I started on my career, I started on managing the cloud penetration in Nigeria. And what that really meant was, it was at a time when cloud technology was just a thing. So think of conversations that were happening between most of the corporate organizations. I was the one having this conversation. The good thing was that I was in Microsoft, right? Microsoft had a really good diverse background of men and women. So at the time even when I had finished school and I had done a master's, I was very glad where I worked. But the interesting thing was, when my role was external facing. So in my external facing role, when I'm getting into conversations, I'm pretty much in a room with a lot of board members of IT, sort of just trying to say, the cloud is the way forward. And then you sort of turn around the room and realize you're the only woman. I didn't see that as a deterrent, right? I saw that as, this is an opportunity to get a lot more women, to do more, to be more.
Anugo Poud, the founder of Africa Agility, says in the next 10 years, 5,000 female youth in the tech ecosystem will be trained.
We want to launch the new CUDA Flutter Wave Pay Stack of Africa, and especially build, the founders are women, not just the men, because when you look at the top tech organizations in Africa, they are mostly male. But now Africa Agility wants to launch the women into the tech ecosystem so that they can compete with their male counterparts. So we are launching Girls in Tech Business School, and it will be starting next month. And this is not just for the girls that have gone through our programs. We are targeting girls across Africa that have great, amazing business idea, but they don't have the skills and the competency to be able to launch into the marketplace. So we are going to take them through ideation into launching their tech startup. And also we are going to work with investors and venture capital that would fund this investment for these girls, maybe by getting equity or whichever way that they want to fund it. Then we're also going to get grant for them as well, so that they can have enough funding to be able to launch a very successful, thriving tech business.
For us, really, we are big on employability and enterprise development. So what we were able to do for them this year was to, even apart from just doing their coding programs, we're able to design for them an incubation program that give them skills on how to basically run a startup, right? The foundational skills about problem identification, solution development, finance, corporate governance, and so on and so forth. So, and even fundraising. So we're expecting that they will leave this program very well equipped with the tools and the skills to be able to begin their own startup if they choose to go to that direction, rather than just going to the broad markets. And of course, as Eco Innovation Center, we are big on supporting startups. So the doors always open for them to come back to us with their ideas, and we will fund them, we will mentor them, and we'll provide them space for them to collaborate with all our seasoned entrepreneurs to be able to grow their products and scale their products and get them to commercialization.
The young tech girls are super excited about this initiative.
It has really been impactful, right, from the tutor. Some of them are actually their student before that they hired, and some of them are not. So they are really good. If you don't understand anything, they will take you back. You ask questions, and there are Zoom meetings. You get to network with other people that are in tech, your seniors, people that have been in tech before, and there's community, the main community on Twitter and on LinkedIn, where you can just see anything that you want, and on Slack, anything you want that you don't understand, anything that is so vague, you just tell them and they will explain to you. So it's really, really impactful for someone like me that don't know anything about it. Now I can say I can do something. So let me just say now I'm a proud UI UX designer.
It's been super amazing. I think that the sacrifice was worth it. And during the course of the training, I imputed what I learned, and I got job offers in 3 places just last week. And it's all because of this, and I'm so excited about it. Yeah. When I made up my mind to come for this program, because it was looking like it was not going to be possible distance-wise and my baby, because my baby is just 3 months, one thing I told myself is I am looking forward to invade and to explore the tech world, and this is one way to do it. I have to give sacrifice to make what I want come to pass. And so I believe that once I have learned what I need to learn, I will definitely be able to assist others to come up to and to encourage both mothers and young girls to do what they have to do to make it here.
Despite the rapid growth in Nigeria's technology sector, there is no question women are in the minority in the tech industry, from the general workforce up through management and leadership roles. More trainings like this will help bridge the gap.
This next interesting event is a wedding ceremony between Happiness and Ajasa. Oh my God, I love weddings. Do you? Take a look.
On Saturday, the 5th of March, Happiness and Sano Avi Ajasa got married in the presence of their family and friends in Lagos. The ceremony started in church at Christ Embassy Group Church Ikotun, where the newlyweds exchanged their vows and signed their wedding certificates.
I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. And give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is the seal of my vows to you. It is the seal of my vow to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Now we clap for him, please. Okay, the groom's ring. Now the bride, you take your tongue, you place it on his finger and say this to him. With this ring, with this ring, I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. I give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is a seal of my vows to you. It is a seal of my vows to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
After the church service, guests proceeded to Hammond Hall, the reception venue, where there were lots of dancing, games, fun, and food.
If it may interest you to know, I am here again.
Worthwhile for the citizens. Speaking on the impact of the scheme on the local production and advancement of the local entrepreneurs, the Commissioner for Regional Integration and Special Duties, Engineer Olalekan Badmus, said the state government had been able to build entrepreneurs to expand the scope of their businesses.
We are aware that agriculture is a major mainstay of our economy today. And we keep on telling our youths, go back to the farm, go back to the farm. We have a responsibility as a government to encourage them. And those that are participating in this month's particular program, there are about 24 groups of young, dynamic, hardworking, and progressive young men and women who are producers of gari. So in this state, this gari we are supplying this month is produced by the people, by young men and women of Osun State.
The scheme has really encouraged local production, and it also has been able to reach out to different local governments in the state where gari is being produced. We actually went through all these local governments to see where gari production is on, and it has also been able to build many entrepreneurs who are young graduates. Part of them are also here today, attesting to the opportunity this program has given to them.
Before I was incorporated into this project, I was a common gari possessor in the street of Odeumu. But as at today standing here, I have a large warehouse in Fakunle there, the center of Osogbo. That tells you much about the impact this very particular project have had on my business. I have nothing less than 15 apprentices working under me for the packaging. Not to even talk of the beautiful women in the village of Odeumu processing the gari before we now transfer it to our warehouse in Osogbo.
The Ogun State Chairman of the African Democratic Congress, Matemilola Adelanwa, has said that the party has all it takes to wrestle power from the ruling All Progressives Congress in the state. Speaking with newsmen on the sideline of an event in Ifo, Iwekoro local government areas of the state, Adelanwa maintained that ADC is the better choice for the states. Meanwhile, a House of Representatives candidate representing Ifo, Iwekoro Federal Constituency, Florence Funlola, has called on the government to recognize the role of professional women in nation building by giving them more opportunities in politics in order to bring a positive change to the nation's leadership.
Nobody will go to that road the number of times that people have complained on that road, that your empathy will not go for those who are using the road. So it is understandable, and when we know that His Excellency will do his own, okay, will meet his commitment by saying that people are going to start work on that road. Sometimes some of these things is just the willingness of both parties. But once there's a determination on one part, I think it is that work starts on that road. And it's a contracted road, you can't just bring anybody to come and start doing work there. But there are ways and means. What we know is that if there's a will, there's always a way. And that is the context in which I want you to take what His Excellency had said. That the will is paramount in this case, and the way must present itself. It is a task that must be done and is going to be accomplished.
The move by the People's Democratic Party senators to impeach President Muhammadu Buhari is currently gaining more backing from concerned Nigerians. Recall that the PDP Senators Caucus staged a walkout from the upper chamber in protest of the heightening insecurity in the country. The minority leader, Senator Philip Aduda, said that the PDP senators issued President Muhammadu Buhari 6 weeks to resolve terrorist attacks in the country or risk impeachment. Renowned Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has condemned the position of the federal government regarding media reporting and coverage of lingering insecurity in the country. He specifically faulted the government's plan to sanction the BBC Africa Eye and Daily Trust for their recent reports, which is said exposed the politics of insecurity, the genesis of the crisis, and how bandits and terrorists virtually took control of several communities in the Northwest. In a statement on Friday, the cleric condemned local and international media organizations for coming out boldly to report about the magnitude of the insecurity, the government's wrong approach to tackling the crisis, and how it has become a lucrative business for criminals and a few in the position of power and authority. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has congratulated the General Superintendent of Christ Holy Church, Archbishop Daniel Oko, on his election as the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria. Tinubu's congratulatory message was contained in a statement by his media office and signed by Tunde Rahman. Tinubu, who noted that Oko is a worthy successor to Ayokunle, also lamented the current security situation in the country, saying that Nigeria is in a critical moment where misguided and terrible actors attempt to destroy social harmony and rain violence against everyone. A former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, said that the Christian Association of Nigeria's opposition to the All Progressives Congress Muslim presidential ticket was godly. Dogara, a chieftain of the APC, added that Khan's position on the matter was the position of all those who love justice. The former speaker spoke during a symposium on the leadership crisis in Nigeria as part of activities marking the 12th General Assembly of Khan.
The inability by the APC to distinguish the Nigeria of 1993 from Nigeria of 2022 gave me cause to worry even the more. An indispensable attribute of a leader in crisis is to be able to recognize a departure of events from routine to novel. The inability to spot an inflection point in moments of gripping visual fear across the nation represents an irredeemable, fatal error of judgment on the part of the presidential candidate. There has never been a time in our history that we are as divided. We are battling terrorism, banditry, kidnappings, ransom, secessionists, all manner of challenges. Consequently, anyone who thinks that events in Nigeria in 2022 are not novel but routine as they were in 1993 is totally incapable of finding solutions to challenges currently ravaging our dear nation.
Govern a country with our kind of diversity, we choose this path to power. This is very divisive and must be rejected by all patriotic Nigerians. Also implied in this ticket is the insinuation that northern Muslims are not willing to vote for a ticket that has a Christian on it and on which they are not represented. It is our belief that northern Muslims would have seen the justice in a Muslim Christian ticket and would have given it their overwhelming support had the party been inclined to do so. Sadly, the party chose to go the divisive line. A corollary to this mindset is that Christians should also not vote for a ticket in which there are no Christians.
And as the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries, and that's on Street Views.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we're passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this, but it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country, and it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much. Tribalism. That is why make things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much, and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities, and most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured. Things are not moving fine. Maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there is solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. He leaves the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerned issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
And outside Africa, rescuers have been busy bringing stranded people to dry ground as the death tolls from the flood in eastern Kentucky rose to at least 16. Footage filmed by the Wolf County Search and Rescue Team showed rescuers deploying inflatable boats to rescue people from homes as a helicopter hovered over to provide directions and block people out of inaccessible areas. Photographs showed flood waters almost reaching the roofs of some houses, even as the rescue team said over 100 people have been rescued in an operation that has lasted for over 11 hours. Pope Francis has said that his advancing age and his difficulty in walking have ushered in a new, slower phase of his papacy, and repeated that he would be ready to resign one day if serious health problems prohibited him from running the church. For the past few months, 85-year-old Francis has been using a wheelchair, a cane, or a walker because of pain in the knee caused by a fracture and inflamed ligament. He walked with a crane to the rear cabin where reporters travel, but sat in a wheelchair for the traditional 45-minute news conference, the first time he has done so on his 37 international trips since its selection in 2013. China has accused the United States of double standards at the United Nations Security Council. It said the U.S. was challenging Beijing's sovereignty over Taiwan despite repeatedly defending Ukraine against Russia's invasion.
Some country has repeatedly emphasized the principle of sovereignty over the issue of Ukraine. It has incessantly challenged the sovereignty of China over Taiwan and even deliberately created tension in the Taiwan Strait. This is a disregard and infringement of the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. China has always respected the sovereignty of other countries and certainly hopes that its own sovereignty be respected by other countries. China is resolute and firm as rock in its will to safeguard national sovereignty. No one should underestimate the determination and ability of more than 1.4 billion Chinese people to defend its national sovereignty and territorial integrity. I hope the country concerned will see this clearly and not play with fire.
And in entertainment news, as part of efforts to promote tourism in the face of insecurity and unrest in Imo State through arts and sports, the Owerri Sport Club, in partnership with Smith and Smith International, is organizing a one-week Art of Sports 2022 to promote tourism in the state. Speaking during a press briefing in Owerri, the organizers of the event say the aim is geared towards promoting creativity in the sports sector, as well as making the creative arts industry more popular and entertaining in Imo as a hospitality state. According to them, they hope to develop and encourage greater public and cultural awareness on the importance of hard work and its value to the economy of Imo State.
Promoting creativity in sports sector, as well as making creative arts, as well as making the creative arts industry more popular and entertaining. Smith & Smith, through this annual event, will introduce a new platform for Imo artists to present their work to the art lovers and visitors while promoting internal and external tourism. The program will feature an art exhibition, live drawing sessions, legend interaction, sports, music, dance performance, lifestyle, food exhibition, raffle draws, competitions, health talk, and free health check.
Improving healthy living through sports, cultural awareness, creating further cultural awareness, and arts, which is in particular. So it also goes in line with EMSO's global mission, which aims at welocracy of citizens. And we're always prepared to provide value and wellness.
Friends of Imo Arts. This was done to generate private support for the creative arts in Imo. We looked at the situation in Imo with the insecurities that we faced, with the challenges in the political environment and the youthful unrest. And we looked at ways that we can engage our youth, our people. And art has always been for me a way of expression, a way of capturing the happenings of particular times so that future generations can look back and see the testament of what happened through the eyes of creative people who captured those images. So art has always been a very good way of battling social issues.
For instance, this particular event is coinciding with another very major event starting on the 2nd, which is our children's summer sports clinic, geared for children between 5 years and 16 years. It all adds to the same thing. Art is life, and sports is life.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Adedolapo Ajayi. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akon. Our guest today is the lead photographer at Mimi Creations Studio, a child photography business that was birthed about 7 years ago. She has a theatrical background with first degree in performing arts from the University of Ilorin, after which she bagged a master's in theater art from the University of Lagos. She is currently running a doctorate degree in theater art at the University of Ilorin. She has worked in the media industry with portfolios ranging from production assistant, content scheduler to channel manager for about 7 years before she set out to do photography. Our guest is Marianne Aboshi. Thanks for joining us on the show today, Marianne.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So why did you carve a niche for yourself in child photography? Because I know working with children is not the easiest thing to do.
Okay, so apparently I didn't even intend to do photography at all. And at the time when I was to have my second child, and I had a friend who was into photography, and my sister also was a photographer. And those were the major two influences. And although they were not into child photography, they were doing regular events, studio portraits and all that. But I think child photography came to me naturally because I had 2 little kids, and as at the time I didn't have a studio and I just resigned from my last job. So I was just using my kids to take pictures and learn whatever I was being taught. And I think that was how gradually I grew to love shooting children.
Interesting. So what makes the experience different with children? I mean, compared to adults. You know, with adults, you just say, oh, sit, turn this way, and they turn. Let's talk about the experience with children.
Okay, for children, it's pretty amazing. You're working with innocent people. They are not going to stress you. Okay, maybe for me, they don't stress me because I'm used to having children around. And then for adults, you can say, okay, I'm taking this picture. I want my waist slim. I want my boobs bigger. I want to look taller and all of that. You don't have all of that with children. You just shoot them the way they are.
But how about getting them to stay put?
Oh, it's a lot of dancing and playing and singing songs and rhymes and all of that. It's usually very much fun working with them.
Well, I'm surprised that you find it easier working with children. Okay, actually, let me ask you, do you find it easier working with children than
adults? Yes, I do find it easier working with children because adults and drama. With children, you don't have any form of drama. It's just innocent conversations and playful times and all of that. So it's not complex.
And are they usually camera ready?
No. Except the older ones. So when you have children from, say, the age of 4, 5, 6, 7, those ones, they've planned out their shoots. They know what they want to do. They know what they want to look like. They know how they want to pose. I want to be like Princess Elsa. I want to be like any of the Frozen characters or any character that they already admire on TV, Barbie and the rest. So for the older ones, most times they are camera ready and they know what they want to do. But for the younger ones, it's moments. We just capture moments. We might be lucky to get smiles. We might be lucky to get giggles at some point. We might be lucky to get them in a very playful state. So
amazing.
That's how it is with kids.
Okay, so what are some of the points to note before going into the business of photography?
First of all, I think you need to have an eye for photography. Because a lot of people think that photography is a job where if you probably don't make it in school, maybe you are a dropout, you just pick a camera and start shooting. Or sometimes people feel when I started photography, when people come to my studio, they're like, okay, how come a woman and a woman that looks quite okay, how come she's doing photography? It almost looks like it's a line of work for the less privileged or for people who did not make it academically or did not get all company jobs and all of that. So I believe you have to have an eye for photography, and you have to be passionate about photography. Once you have those two, the next thing is for you to learn. You need to learn and keep learning. There's no stopping points because new technologies come out every day, new styles of lighting, new equipment to make your work better. They come out every day, so you have to keep learning. Even when you have the passion for it, you don't just stop at that point. You have to keep looking out to see what more you can do to make your brand grow.
Yeah, because photography has evolved. If you look at photos from 10 years ago, there's a difference between photos from that era to this era. So it keeps changing.
Yes, it keeps changing. Photography has really, really grown. So I used to tell people that photographers are in two categories. You have the people who want to just be shooting and shooting. We call them photographers of numbers, meaning I have a studio, anybody can walk in at any time and pay a certain amount of money and take a picture. Then we have those of us that are luxury photographers, the ones that you have to have a booking. You don't just walk into my studio and say you want to shoot. All of that was not there, say like 10, 15 years ago, because photography was basically you having a studio, people walking at any time, you quickly take a shot and probably even give them pictures immediately and all of that. So photography has evolved over the years, and I think we're on the good side of photography.
Okay, so what do you think is the future of photography in Nigeria?
Okay, so with the advent of very smartphones, like the iPhone 13s and all, I think people who do what I call the regular photography would need to really sit up. If not,
they're out of business.
Yes, in like 2-3 years, you won't have people taking pictures like that again. And people at this point are beginning to see those of us that we call ourselves the luxury photographers, because you cannot bring me a picture from your phone. You can never compare your picture from your phone to what I would shoot you, because yes, it's going to be different. It's going to be different.
So there's going to be more professionalism.
Yes, more professionalism with mine. So I'm not scared of being chased out of business, because constantly I work towards getting better at what I'm doing and not being on the wrong side.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But we'll speak more about this after the break. We will go on a quick break. Please stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us. This is still Ladies Talking Business, and our guest is Marianne Aboshi, founder, Mimi Creations Studio. All right, Marianne, let's talk about some of the strategies that you have devised to help you work with children. And you know, we were talking earlier about how it can be, especially with the much younger ones. So what has worked for you in this business?
Okay, so over the years, we've come to realize I've been able to grow a team that works brilliantly with me to make this whole process very seamless as it seems. Because people look on my Instagram page or on my website and they're like, this child is smiling. I want my child to look like this when we take a picture. And I'm like, no child looks like this when you take a picture. It might be after like 10, 15, 20 shots that we get that one lucky shot. But I have a team of staff that assist that are very child-friendly. They play with the children. Immediately the children come into the studio, we don't just start shooting. We first try to get them to acclimatize to the place. We ask their parents what they like. Do they like certain songs? Do they like nursery rhymes? Do they want to listen to watch cartoon or any of those? So we get to know the child, first of all, when the child comes in, and then we start relating with the child. Whoever among the team clicks with the child first.
The person takes.
Yes, the person takes charge. And usually, we are 3, so the guy in my system is the one who usually gets that click. Almost every child that comes in wants to play with him. And then once that happens, it's very easy on my side. So I just have to stay and be shooting pictures while he and the other person are playing. So first of all, they come in, we get to know them, we get to know what they like. We try to do what they like and see how they can get used to the environment before we start taking pictures. And over the years, it has worked. It has worked. It always works.
Interesting. So how can one stand out in this photography industry and also remain profitable? You know, the goal of every business is to make profit. So how can I ensure I'm making profit in this industry?
Okay, so to stay in business and to make profit in photography, in child photography, like I said earlier in the first segment, you have to keep learning. You have to keep learning because there are a lot of When I started photography, there were not so many child photographers. There were a very few. I could actually count everybody who was doing child photography. But right now, the numbers are endless. And if you want to stay relevant, you have to keep being at the top of your game. Meaning you have to keep learning, you have to go for workshops, you have to keep trying new things to make you stay afloat and stay unique in the business because so many people are doing really pretty pictures and you have to just keep being a step ahead by learning new ideas for setups, learning new ideas to bring in clients, learning new ideas or learning about new equipment or new things or new plugins you can use on your system to make the pictures look exceptionally unique so that people will keep coming over. And if you have people coming over consistently, most definitely you meet your profit margin every year, every business year.
I agree. And about those people who come in consistently, how do you try to keep them?
My studio, once you come in, if you come to visit me when I have a client, you actually think that I've known the client since. So we have this very friendly atmosphere. And when you come in, we start talking. I always make sure that I leave an impression. You don't just come in and take pictures. I'm not one of those photographers that you come to the studio and they're all serious and they're all, okay, let's take this picture. When you come in, we'll play, we'll gist, I'll yab you. So there's no, when you're leaving, you leave with an impression that you've made a friend. So even if you don't intend to come back, if you came not intending to come back, by the time you are leaving, we're already friends. You don't even have an option. You have to come back. We will deliver great pictures. So we have the customer friendliness and we have the quality of images that you're looking for. So sure, you're not going anywhere.
Amazing. So let's talk about this interesting bit that people usually have so much to talk about. Challenges you faced. I saw that face coming. Let's talk about some of your challenges you faced running your business so far.
Okay, so I want to start from the beginning, when I started child photography. Like I said, I started with my kids. They were really little, and I was learning. After learning from the guy who taught me, I would come back, because the guy who taught me was not into child photography. He was doing events and everything, so I self-taught myself child photography, from YouTube to subscribing to online foreign photographers online and following their tutorials and all. That's how I started doing child photography. Because as at when I started child photography, like I said earlier, there were just a few people. And when you reach out to people and say, please, I'm a child photographer, I'm trying to do child photography, could you please, can I come over to your studio? I want to, how do you do your backgrounds? How do you? Nobody. It was a major challenge. And if not that I'm a very persistent person, I probably would have just stuck to doing events. Because at a point I was doing a lot of events and I was doing portraits since I couldn't figure out what they were doing in particular. Nobody was ready to teach anybody. Nobody was ready to teach anybody. It was a very big challenge. Thankfully, YouTube, foreign photographers who would give their tutorials out at a cost. I was doing all of that. And over time, I started understanding, and then I started being very creative. So when I see, for instance, backdrops that they use, I'm like, how did they get these backdrops? And I'm saying, okay, you have to probably go online and order it. It might take like 3 weeks or take 1 month to get to Nigeria and all of that. And then I came up with my own way of doing it.